You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Good morning. Welcome to Bassmaster Live, and here we go. That's it. The mighty Mississippi River, the upper Mississippi specifically. Final stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series 2026, the Pro Guide Batteries. Bassmaster Elite here. Our live coverage is presented by Garmin. We have so much news to share with you on this day. Of course, it's a very, very important tournament. Mainly, you win, for one reason, you win this one and you're in the Classic, no matter where you're standing in the field through your production all season long. The man on top, Caleb Kufal, the Wisconsinite who's won before on the Elite Series, way down south in Lake Guntersville. Now he's in his natural surroundings up here and doing very, very well. A super day of 18 pounds, 15 ounces. KJ Queen in second place. Brandon Card of North Carolina. Pat Schlopper, another Wisconsinite. In our top five there, Andrew Loberg, who lost by an ounce earlier this year. Lake 10 killer. Corey Johnston, not Chris Johnston, but Corey Johnston, Jason Christie, Greg Hackney, Brian Schmidt, and Jay Shakurat in 10th place. Now, that is key to one of the big stories that's going on here regarding what transpired yesterday. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Well, we had in our minds that we would watch two thoroughbreds going down the final stretch, battling it out, and then nobody else could really make it. No, we were wrong. We were absolutely wrong. Jay Shakurat pulled it in, reeled him in today, got a top 10 finish, while our two leaders, Chris Johnston and Trey McKinney, finished below the 50th mark. Ronnie Moore, there is Jay Shakurat's season right there, and just absolutely going on, just headed toward coronation as the Angler of the Year until we reach the sixth event of the year.
It couldn't have been more perfect. Nothing worse than 30th. All the way through 6 events. No slip at 10 killer in St. Clair, right? Nope, he slips mid-pack, barely misses the cuts there. He needed a rebound event here and some help, and he definitely got it for sure. I'm going to say less nerves, a lot more confidence going into day 2 for Jay Shakurat.
Oh, that's absolutely got to be the truth. Let's let him back it up right now.
Man, I'm looking forward to it. We had a really good day yesterday with 17 pounds. I'm not going to say it was a little bit unexpected, but it kind of was. I caught a big one late. I was kind of expecting to come in with that 15-pound range, and caught that big one that jolted me up into the top 10. But that's what you need out here. One big one a day and some 3-pounders to go with it. So that's the plan today. You never know what can happen. This place could give you a 5, 6, 7-pounder. You never know. It's the Mississippi River. There are a few that live here, not many, but there is always a chance. So we're looking forward to it, and yeah, anything can happen. Obviously, it's not fully in my control today for the Angler of the Year race, but at the end of the day, I need to do what I can do, and that's catch 15 pounds of largemouth, or smallmouth for that matter. Maybe we'll have a little mixed bag today, but looking forward to the day. It's going to be a beautiful day out there, and hopefully we bring in some bass.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking super confident right there. Now, as to those two leaders, tied as we came into the start of day number 1, let's take a look at Canadian Chris Johnston's day, trying to win back-to-back Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year titles.
Yeah, I'll say my observation, they didn't do bad. No. But boy, at the Mississippi River, the line from good to bad is so narrow that you can be more close to bad than good, and that's what they were. Below the cut line, 13-1 and 12-15 for Chris Johnston and Trey McKinney, and like we've said yesterday, you can get stuck, Tommy, catching fish throughout the day, numbers of fish, saying, I'm doing all right, I'm catching fish, I'm getting bites. Right. Nope, mid-pack or below. They caught them yesterday, top to bottom, and from 20th to 60th, there's only 3 pounds.
Less than 3 pounds.
Yeah, it absolutely is crazy.
First through 10th is less than 2 pounds.
It's crazy how big of a jump somebody can make today and change their elite qualification, AOY, or even get back in the race to win this event.
Let's take a look at Chris Johnston's season here. Incredibly in the lead to coming in here, yet he did not have a single top 10 finish all year long. He just kept it in there. His highest finish was 33rd. That's very hard to do as well. So a great season for Chris Johnston. He made a great case that he should be able to repeat, but also making a great case throughout the season, despite his start, Trey McKinney. Let's take a look at his day out there yesterday. Started the season, very rough start down in Florida, but really just has been superb ever since.
You couldn't ask for a better start to the final tournament of the year. You're boat number 1, nervous about angler of the year. Chris Johnston behind you. You've got a limit in the boat before anyone else, basically. You've caught 3 or 4 fish. Didn't even need his ruler. Couldn't find it, Tommy, but ended up not needing it, getting a quick limit, then shifting gears and upgrading. But like he said, idling in yesterday, for one more fishing spot, I need another 3-pounder. That is the deal. He needed one more decent fish to get himself in that 13.5 to 14 range. Did not get it, but now he knows what the deal is. I'm not fishing against Chris Johnston, which is what we pitted against everyone yesterday. He is fishing against about 10 anglers just above and just below that top 50 cut line.
Yeah, it's our 2 thoroughbreds that we talked about. They didn't throw the bit and come up lame short of the finish line. They just underperformed a little bit, yet here everything is amplified because of the tightness of the weights there. A look at his season for you right there. We talked about that terrible start on the St. Johns River, and then we come back with 5 top 10s. Yeah, including a 2nd place in the Classic. That's not even on the list there. So yeah, also making a great case that he should be Angler of the Year, but currently he sits in 3rd place. That can all change first half of the day today.
Tommy, it's as simple as this. You didn't expect your leaders to come out and bogey the first 4 holes of the day, but they did, and now they've got to shoot birdies and eagles the rest of this tournament, no doubt.
Yeah, you just roll in a few putts and you are back in the game. There's no doubt about it. Take a look at our take-up there from Copeland Park there. Our full 101 anglers in the process of taking off right now. Here is Trey McKinney.
What's going on, guys? Here we are, day 2. A little bit different game plan. We're going to start still in the Black River, see what happens, see if I can get a few good fish to kind of quench it, get my nerves dialed in, because that's the main thing today is we got to catch that 14 to 16 pounds. I haven't got much of a clue, really. All practice was a little off, and even yesterday in the tournament was off. So we had 1 3-pounder yesterday. We got to get a few more of the right bites today. Hopefully, we caught a ton of fish yesterday, literally a ton. It's just all skinny, not the right size. So hopefully today, maybe they'll switch roles just a little bit, and that's all we need. Just give us a little confidence, give us a little boost, get back up there leading, hopefully, and just gain us a few points today and then gain a few tomorrow.
So day 2, man, I'm looking forward to it, super excited, looking forward to getting out there. It's going to be a little different today. Got some wind blowing in, and I don't know, it might blow a little cloud cover in though, so it might actually be a good thing. So we'll see. I don't know. It's going to be definitely a different day than what it was yesterday, but with not having the slick calm, no wind, but they might bite better. So I'm looking forward to it. We'll see. Just ready to get out there and see what happens.
All right, guys, here we are. We're idling out day number 2 here at the Mississippi River. Had an awesome day yesterday. Had 18-10, I think is what it was, and man, just a phenomenal day of just catching them on a frog. 50-pound Yo-Zuri Super Braid. Just I'm actually throwing my signature rod. It's an I-rod, wild card, power finesse flipping, 7.6 heavy action. Man, it's so much fun catching them on a frog like that. But as far as the points go this week, I'm out of the Classic. I'm in the 50s, and I'm going to need to win this event to get in the Classic, which would be pretty awesome, seeing that I grew up 45 minutes north of Knoxville, and having another Knoxville Classic is just this will be our 3rd Knoxville Classic. I missed the first one. I fished in the second one, so I'd definitely like to go ahead and win this event and punch my berth to the Classic next year.
Well, our 2 anglers closest to the leader, Caleb Kufal, Brandon Card, and KJ Queen, both of them, interesting enough, had their best tournament this year at Lake Tenkiller, which served to trip up a lot of anglers who were doing well up to that point. I don't know if that has anything to do with the atmosphere here, but we will be on them all day long. We spent a lot of time with that man right there, Brandon Polnick, trying to make it into the Classic. So many stories cooking along here today, more than we expected, maybe more than we can possibly handle, but we're going to do our best. Thank you for being with us today on Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. That's Ronnie Moore right there. I'm Tommy Sanders, Mike Sukon. And Ronnie, again, those tight weights, just like we had at St. Clair, everything is, every move makes huge differences in points.
Yes, and we always talk about how everything's so fluid through day one. All the points changes. Guys fall out of the classic. Guys move in. Guys fall, below 70th for re-qualification. And we always say it's fluid. Once we get past day two, a lot more solidifies. But the fact of the matter is, if you caught 10 pounds or less yesterday, you are so far behind the 8-ball, it's going to be a long way before you can make significant ground up. If you're a guy like Carl Jacobson, 7 pounds, you're 3 pounds from making up 15 or 16 spots versus some of these guys that are 40 spots away and only 3 pounds difference. If you caught them okay yesterday, you have a chance. If you're behind the 8-ball, boy, you need one of those leading type bags, 18 pounds, just to get back to near par to hope to shoot again on day 3.
Yeah, you need to find some 4-pounders, which are hard to find here. And Such, some people, depending on who you listen to, were saying, oh, it's going to be tougher this year. Didn't seem that much different from the weights the last time we were here.
No, it's pretty much on par exactly, Tommy. The top end was about where we were last time, and the cut is very close to where it was last time we were here in 2022. Coming in, I had one throwaway line. I did a little advance. McKinney and Chris Johnston were tied at points, and I said if they were unexpectedly to slip, Shakurit or Fujita could slide in there and steal it from them. So
yeah.
I didn't know it'd be a little bit prophetic there, but it was just one line. I didn't think nobody thought both of those guys in the same tournament would falter.
No, we didn't.
No,
we didn't for sure.
And guys, that's why I said yesterday, I love the Mississippi River, but I hate that it's our last event. We can never fully enjoy just the fishing here because AOY, ROI Classic, and re-qualification are up for grabs, and we talk about that. I'm here at the Pro Guide Battery Screen of Knowledge, and yesterday some big moves were made. This is all officially unofficial, not the podcast that Mercer hosts, but the statistics here are not official until we get farther in, but some anglers really moved up yesterday and fell down in terms of the AOY race, and we will decide re-qualification most likely before we decide AOY and the winner of this event. So that's why I'm briefing you on that. We will see those play out. But Ben Milliken moved up yesterday. Good day one at the Mississippi River. Jumps into 70th place in points. So he is now on the positive points wise. And then you had 3 movers in the wrong direction. Carl Jacobson, Joey Cifuentes, and Tim Doobie. All 3 of them. Tim Doobie's mid-pack in this event, but fell from inside qualification to just out. Those 3 anglers dropping, with Ben Milliken moving up, means Ray Hanselman and Mark Menendez, roughly, I believe those 2 would be now safe looking at it. And so when you try to break it down, the screen we showed you yesterday, here was the column that was not great career points, but good season. Not great career points and not a great season. That's the 2 lists. Milliken jumps into 70th, so he turns blue. He would be moved over here. Doobie falls to 73rd. Jacobson falls from 57th down to 74th. And Joey Cifuentes from 55th to 72nd. Those 3 fall out. And yes, Hanselman and Menendez are farther down the current AOY order, but career average-wise, when you reshuffle the deck, they are up here. And so they would get the hall pass for the day to get back in the game. So 3 moved in yesterday, 3 moved out. Still fluid, but like we talked about, if you're Joey Cifuentes, you had 10 pounds and change yesterday, you're only 1 pound from making up 13 places, whereas Carl, just below him, is 3 pounds from making up those same 15 places that you probably need.
Excellent, good stuff, Ronnie. The only thing that made it better if you had animation to make those guys move. But as soon as they start fishing, it's going to be out the window anyway. So why bother?
Let me stick to circles and colors. I'm not doing any kind of extra drawing today.
Everything you learned in kindergarten, stick with that. KJ Queen, man, having a great season. Absolutely happy to be here in this top 10 today. Man of the hour right there, Jay Shakurit, with regard to the race here. Let's also hear from his closest pursuer, Chris Johnston. He had something to say about it.
13-1 yesterday, day 1. Not exactly the way that I had hoped, and honestly, people caught him a lot better than I expected, but it was tough fishing. Started on my first spot, and like I said, I was sharing it with another angler, Brian, and we both kind of found it together. I said I'd catch 2 or 3, and he did the same, but that was it. It was literally the size of my boat. And then I had 4 or 5 other mats similar, but the water come up 2 feet, and some of the mats were gone, some were dirty, and just didn't have fish in them. And I found one mat late in the day that had some fish in it. but they just weren't big. So today I got to change things up a little bit to get that 14, 15 pounds. And I didn't want to do this, but I think I'm going to lock through to 7. They're big up there, but it's very hit or miss, very sketchy. I spent half a day up there in practice, and I have 2 spots I'm going to hit. One of them, my brother fished yesterday, and we're going to fish that probably for an hour. And then I got one other spot where I got bit in practice. And knock on wood, the barge traffic isn't bad. I'm going to spend 2 hours up there, and then I'm going to come back here to pool 8 and probably going to do a little live scoping, change it up before I head back down. I just don't feel like doing the same thing I did on day 1 is going to produce 14, 15. So I think I need to swing for the fence, gamble a little bit, and it's all going to come down to today. I could be a hero or 0, to be honest. But if I can leave pool 7 with 2 or 3 good ones, I think I can catch a couple here. We're going to do some live scoping in around this Black River area, and just try and get some couple 3-pounders after that. So that's the plan. Might change 4 times during the day, but we'll see how it goes.
All right. Takeoff still in progress right now. They're in the line. Trey McKinney was the go-ahead to take on off and start fishing. By about this time yesterday, he already had 3 fish in the boat, so a little bit of a different setup today, and all these guys will be looking for better results, these ones we've heard of before. Maybe Jay Shakurit, he'd like to have a very similar result on this day, maybe improve it a little bit. He sits in 10th place right now. He sits on top of the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Angler of the Year points. What a race we have going on, and a lot to find out today. 2025 Pro Guide Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River. It's sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Beautiful shot there with the brace of eagles right in the foreground. You can't find that everywhere. Beautiful place, great wildlife population here. Big management area. Just a super playing field for our anglers. There's 3rd place, Brandon Card, one of 4 anglers within ounces of our leader, Caleb Kufall. And you see what Brandon has in mind here. He's going to be locking through. We had multiple anglers locking through, especially up from 8 to 7.
Yeah, I heard, Tommy, that about 18 to 20 anglers at least took that initial lock time. Remember Brandon Polinick yesterday catching them early in the morning, said, I don't want to get seen by those guys. 18 to 20 locked through on that initial lock opening, and I think a couple more went south, so a quarter of our field probably left pool 8.
Hey, Brandon, so live, give us some thoughts on the day, what we're doing.
Yeah, we're locking up to pool 7 right now. I'm checking this, it's called Marine Traffic app. Just kind of seeing what the barge traffic looks like. It's pretty cool. I mean, I don't know if y'all can see this or not, but it shows exactly where the barges are going and the speed that they're going. So it makes locking a little bit easier than years ago. Obviously, you just had to call the lock master and just try to figure it out. So a little bit easier process, but yeah, all in all, yesterday we had 14 guys lock initially, and it looks like we have more locking today, but hopefully we'll get up there and get on them quick. You know, got several different areas, so we're just going to have fun. We're just going to have a positive mindset the whole day and just enjoy the day out there.
All right, Brandon Card locking through to unlock his potential for today. Like several other anglers, obviously, look at him looking down the line right there. There is some risk involved in this. It's heavy traffic time of year on the Mississippi River. This part of it, we're in the breadbasket of the country there. Wheat, corn, all these things being harvested, moving, and you can get locked out.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we saw in the Open last fall. Half the leaders, including some of the guys who would have been at the lead going in the final day, were locked out. I'll say this, that prediction of the big fish coming from pool 7 and 9, but pool 8 could end up winning after 4 days. Pretty spot on after day 1, the way we saw our leaderboard.
Last year, I remember somebody saying it was an unexpected barge that came up because they checked with the lock
on the
master.
Black River.
Jay Shakurit.
Hoping to get a couple quick ones in the morning. We'll see. I mean, it's not fast and furious by any means. A lot of the places that I fished yesterday are covered up with boats today because I got a later boat number, so we'll try and make the most of this while we can and just see how it goes. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of live scoping, a little bit of flipping, a little bit of frogging. All the above out here on the Mississippi this week.
He secured in his 4th year with the Bassmaster Elite Series, and way more often than not, he is in the conversation. Points race at the end of the season. He has established himself as
Never been worse than 10th.
guy.
Yeah, never been worse than 10th.
Absolutely. He is exactly 10th today. So we've got that AOY race going strong, taking some plot twists and turns.
There he
beyond
is.
that, but there's another. This is another tournament for Caleb Kufal. He's trying to win this thing.
At our first stop here, it's a little different than yesterday. This was actually all kind of muddy yesterday. Oh, little one. We're gonna bounce around to a bunch of different spots today, just like this, and hope for some good bites today. So, it was muddy here yesterday, but they bit. I caught 4 here, I think 4. 3 or 4 early in the morning. One really good one. A couple other keepers. Hopefully they cooperate.
Upper Mississippi known for its vast and varied vegetation, though Caleb said after the weigh-in that was not his main key. There's something different going on here that he's exploiting. All right. 3rd place, Trey McKinney. 3rd place in our
Well, we're
AOY
starting here on the starting hole, and there is hard to be seen any fish, so I don't know what happened to them or what's going on, but yeah, the starting hole is not so hot this morning. Trying to at least get 1 or 2 good ones or something, get us rolling a little bit. But yeah, they're definitely not here. I don't know what's, uh-oh, there's one. A little bitty guy though. Come on. Eat it. Eat it. Let's try this on.
Trey McKinney still looking for that first bite of the day. He, like Jay Shakur, going out at the tail end of the takeoff this morning because it is day number 2 and we'll flop the order over. "14 inches." Makes him a keeper.
Chunky.
Smallmouth and largemouth.
Look at that football.
Definitely say there's a couple types of nerves, Tommy. You want to get off to a good start day one of this tournament because you don't know what it holds for you, especially after a day off. But now that you know you're standing on day one, getting off to a good start day two may be even more important because you know I've got to make up ground. You got too many numbers that you just, unless you're Brandon Pollock, and just don't pay attention.
Right.
You had to have accidentally known.
That may be the way to do it.
First fish gives Shakir the lead, and Ben Milliken has climbed up with a couple fish. He's in fourth.
Looks to be a keeper.
It's a good smallmouth. Not a giant, but we'll take him to start the morning. Oh, he wasn't coming off. It's a decent one. Caught one right there yesterday, too. It's one nice thing about fishing these kind of spots is that they all reload. 2.5 pounder. I'll take him.
Fall had a pair of 4.5 pounders yesterday.
Yeah, that
one of them's good, but two's twice as good.
One, boy.
That's why I said I don't know if I can do that again, what I did today, and if I can do it tomorrow, meaning today.
But the good thing is, and he may be confident in the dirty water, but it's always good when it clears up at some point, whether it's today or tomorrow. You could get better average quality there instead of maybe a kicker.
All right. Got some anglers, well, our two leaders, 1 and 2, now Kufal and Secure It with fish in the boat. Other anglers making their way to a place they hope will be bountiful and somehow give them a chance to advance up that leaderboard.
Look at this risk and gamble.
Yeah.
Needing the AOI win, I'm going to lock through.
That makes a great story. We're going to be on it. We'll be locking through with some of them. You can be sure. We'll be right back. Keep it going.
Hey guys, I'm KJ Queen here. We're on Mississippi River at La Crosse, and I'm using a black grape zoom trick worm on a split shot rig. Old school as you can get, but I love it. It catches some fish, so hopefully we can put some more fish in the boat tomorrow. That cloud cover started moving in, they really picked up. They started feeding a lot better whenever the clouds moved in, so we really needed to get kind of cloudy and nasty, and I feel like we could catch them again tomorrow.
Bass Pro Shop's top tackle with KJ Queen having a great season. 5 cuts made, sure to carry some momentum from his last stop, St. Clair, 13 points.
Man, these guys are challenging us. I don't know if that's, we need to see that in action because I don't have any split shots over there in the tackle shop to demonstrate at the desk, Tommy. So I hope KJ demonstrates on the water.
Okay.
It's going to be those clouds today, too.
You got a menagerie of stuff over there. You'll find something.
But I just can't.
Come on.
Squishing a split shot, that's a specific type of deal, you know?
You can fake it.
Gates open, getting ready to go here. Begin the assault on pool number 7, 7, 8, and 9. The 3 pools of the Mississippi River we're concerned with today. They comprise about 60 miles of river miles.
It looked like Greg Hagney was just in front of Brandon Card right there, and he's another one of our top 10 anglers. Yes. We may have half our top 10 in pool 7.
That'd be interesting.
That was a terrible cast.
Got one good one in the boat. Nice smallmouth already for Kufal.
Oh, another good one. Come on, buddy. I know you're wound up. Number 2, Mississippi River Smallie. 2 3/4. All right. Still filling up my live well, throw another one in there. I like that. All right. Let's catch a limit here, huh?
look at this one from Caleb Kufall from Wisconsin, the eastern part of the state, of the Mukwonago, in the Milwaukee area.
I love saying that.
Mukwonago.
Mukwonago.
You pay for a town name like that. Has got one victory with the Elite Series down at Lake Guntersville back in 2021.
One of the most dominant runaways.
Absolutely.
Won by 17 pounds, and I think that's still top 5 all-time winning weight margin of victory.
Good season, 6 of 8 cuts, but his 2 misses were so wide, so far off the mark. He was really not secure for the Classic.
Get in the boat, bud.
Had to shore up his position.
Yeah, it's like safe enough.
Another decent one.
A middle of the pack finish will be fine,
Got 'em
but not
loaded
safe
here.
enough to avoid a bomb.
Right.
3 smallmouth for Caleb Kufall.
Wow.
Another 2.5 pounder. Another 2 and almost 3/4. Oh, don't come out of there, buddy.
Said he caught 4 in here yesterday and it was dirty, Tommy.
Wow.
And he thought that was good.
It was good.
He might catch 10. He's already caught 3.
Yeah, suddenly our gap in the top 10 has gone from less than 2 pounds to 10 pounds. But it's early. It always starts that way. We have everyone still, not everyone set up and good to go yet. Trey McKinney, though, has been fishing for a while and has not had a keeper yet.
There we go. There's a good first one. Don't have to bump that one. Red. 2 pounder. Thanks, sir.
There's number 1 and number 3 in our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points race, side by side right now, early on in our 7 hours of coverage we have of a very important day number 2.
That's the hard variable about it. It's not like teams that have to beat one team to make the playoffs. Jay's hooked up. Number 2, but it's not like other sports where it's you play this team and you're only watching one other game. You might think Trey McKinney and Chris Johnston, they're barely out of the cut. They can just move up a couple ounces and they're in. No, there's 25 anglers that are all saying, well, I'm just right there by the cut, Tommy. Yeah. I can move up.
Jay Shakurit's also moving up.
Yeah, exactly.
There's that.
A lot of different aspects to this.
Yeah. That's a decent one too. All right. Pretty solid. Hey, bud, settle down. It's a decent one.
I'd say. Good looking largemouth.
He's got a big call hole in him. Just under 3 pounds. Ooh, Come on, bud. Hey, bud. Settle down. Settle down. Just need to put a tag on you and get you back in the water. Oh, man. All right.
That's what makes this so hard. Just under 3 pounds, just under 3 pounds. He said that for all those fish, Tommy. You add up 4, 5, 2 3/4 pounder. You're at 13 to 14 pounds, and that's good for some anglers, but that's just going to keep pace of his good work.
That's right. A 3-pounder is the gold standard here. You get 3-pounders, that'll put you where you need to be.
You get that initial 13-pound limit to start your day, and you're upgrading from there. That's a great problem to have.
Good position to be in. Our Lowrance bird's eye view shows us this incredibly vast fishery here. The Mississippi River, as it parades through canals, little chutes and ponds and lakes, giant lakes, one of them 4 miles across there, up in pool number 7. So many different environments, and all of them look like they have fish in them, but not like most places, not all are equal. That's what makes it a great challenge and a great place to land for the last event of the year, the 2025 Bassmaster Elite Series. Back to Brandon Card.
We'll have this rolling too.
Walked through and in pool 7.
3 guys who started the day in the top 10 who are outside the Classic cut in points and need the victory to get to the Classic card. A couple monsters, Jason Christie and Greg
Hackney. We just made it up to our starting spot up here on pool 7. We're gonna start out with the frog. If they don't eat the frog, we'll probably try punching them. If they don't eat the punching, we'll probably do a buzz toad. So we're just gonna cycle through some bait, see what they want. But just fishing some shallow grass. It's got a decent amount of current coming through here, so I think that's real important. You know, having kind of a mixed vegetation with some current. That seems to be the key ingredients for a good grassy spot up here. The water's actually surprisingly clear. We had a lot of rain in practice, and the main river dingied up. It got pretty muddy, honestly, but back in here it stayed pretty clear. So I think that's pretty important too, having some good clear water. But yeah, these fish are pretty aggressive. If you get around one, they're usually going to be snapping, so. Yes, sir.
Brandon Card kind of laying out the game plan for the first few hours of the day.
Brian Schmidt with a 4-pounder.
Our
winner here in 2022.
Trying to defend
first fish
here,
of the
is
day. Yeah. Started 9th today. He had a pretty good day 1, 17 and 3 ounces.
Beat out Chris Johnston here for first place back 2022. Back to our leader, Caleb Kufal. Leader by a lot right now. My goodness.
The little guy. White keep. 14 and a half.
Little guy, but a keeper, Tommy.
Yep.
And we know it's the first one that'll be called out for him, and maybe one more flip of the mousetrap hook set.
Yeah, that's
he'll be
right.
good to go.
He's teaching the rats why the cheese is free. That's for sure.
First to a limit, 47 minutes.
Well, good start for our leader, Caleb Kufal. That's not great news for everyone else in pursuit, but all of that will become a lot tighter. Those margins will diminish during the course of the day, and it'll probably be very, very tight by the end of it all. Brian Schmidt, defending champ, in second place. Marching quickly through the first hour of competition, day 2, Pro Guide Bassmaster Elite at Mississippi River, La Crosse, Wisconsin, our fantastic host city, and this is the end of the road for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2025. What a great season it has been. It seems to go by very fast at times, very slow at other times. Fast moving here. A lot of tight competition is what yesterday was all about. Coming into today, it was all, well, about a change in the landscape of Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. We had 2 anglers, Chris Johnston, Trey McKinney, tied for the lead to start yesterday. Jay Shakurit was many points back. Not closed out, but he had a hill to climb, and he climbed it, and he stands atop that leaderboard right now. Keep up with that.
Heck yeah. I think he's 14. Don't even need to check, really. No.
KJ Queen, 5th year elite from North Carolina. His great season, only really marred by his trips to North and South Carolina this year. Had a struggle there, but everywhere else he seemed to do very, very well.
God dang, God dang, God dang, God dang. God dang, God dang, God dang.
Looks like got some school and
Oh
going.
my gosh, KJ.
Oh, don't miss him. There we go.
Sometimes they give you a second chance.
Once in a while.
I don't think he's a keeper either.
Gotta be 14 inches to be a keeper. That will not make the team. KJ still looking for number 1 on the day.
We've already seen the anglers locking through from pool 8 to pool 7 north. Looks like the 4 anglers heading down to pool 9 are in the lock right now, and that would be Randy Howe, Logan Parks, Stetson Blaylock, and Matty Wong. KJ Queen hooks up again, 3 in a row.
Stay on there, baby. Stay on there. Not a bad one. We'll start.
Yesterday for KJ Queen, 18 pounds, 14
29
ounces, second
yesterday.
place.
All right.
I thought you said 27.
Yeah.
You just aged him 2 years and 5 minutes.
I
That's
corrected
crazy.
it, Ronnie.
Business will do it to you.
I redid the math.
Put that in as a pound.
Yeah, we good.
He's had quite the run of late.
Yes, sir.
A couple tournaments
Big
ago,
tournament
he
last
was
time.
58th in points 4 tournaments ago. He stays in the top 10. He may finish in the top 10 in AOI. He's 9th right now with the second place points.
KJ at the south end, pool 7. Caleb Kufall. Already culling, first hour.
Schmidt caught the 4-pounder. He added a 1-pounder to get up to second.
I don't think he's gonna help. Nope.
You can see the water flow around where Caleb Kufall is, even when he was farther off this morning and there was water between him and the bank. You can see that water movement and flow in the river.
Oh dear.
He might have helped. Would have been close.
I said yesterday, current breaks were a big part of his strategy, and of course you get that around islands, points like that.
Yeah, and he's not directly on the main river. As we take a look at this loss, certainly would have culled that number 5 smallest one that he just put in the boat a minute ago. But you can see his shock. You see right off the main river there, just based off our map, that water comes down from the main river. Often will be dirty. A day or two later, it'll filter, and that eddy right there where it kind of swirls where he's at, it's now cleared up. And so you can see that progression on the west side, which when we looked at the deep dive app yesterday, the water clarity, much dirty on the west side. So cleaning up, which is a good sign for anglers.
Also sort of easterly is Jay Shakurat, as we find him now, top of Poolway.
Just good chunks this morning.
Jay Shakurat kind of on a mission this year, knowing we're going to end up here. He had to kind of prove himself, being a northerner up here on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing to prove myself in the fishing world. You know, coming from Wisconsin, not fishing a lot of big tournaments growing up, not having that experience down south. Just being able to prove it, you know, prove myself in the industry, and, you know, just being able to catch bass at the end of the day. That's all I've ever wanted to do, whether it was a smallmouth, a largemouth. Honestly, when I was growing up, I really didn't care what I caught. Walleyes, northern pike, bluegills. I love ice fishing sometimes, only when it's not super cold at home, but I just love fishing in general. My new personal best in the tournament, that's gotta be 24.
Let's roll on into hour 2 of the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Guide. Batteries Bassmaster Elite here on the upper Mississippi River in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Our live coverage, we're happy to bring you 7 hours of it today. Sponsored by Garmin. Beautiful shots. Got the bluffy side over there, the Minnesota side, the Wisconsin side. Also, terrific scenery. There's your leaderboard. Caleb Kufall, the Wisconsin native, on top, first to a limit. Among our anglers today, Jay Shakurat, Wisconsin, second place. Also at the top of another leaderboard, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. That's certainly a plot twist from yesterday. A lot of movement went on the leaderboard. We expect more of it coming up today, but right now, don't dare stray from Kufall for very long. Big refuge here. Populous wildlife, to be sure. Our shots will bear it out for you. As long as you're with us today, we'll see a lot of bird life. Some bass, too.
Yeah. It's a better one. A little better one. Definitely call 2.5. Number 5. Call this one again.
And he won at Guntersville. He was up by 5 pounds after day 2, and then stretched it to 11. Then he ended up with a 17-pound victory.
It was kind of overwhelming, as I recall. Too far from the airport here. Trey McKinney.
Might be a keeper. Stop it. Keeper. Not bad, little guy.
You gotta get 5 first, don't you?
Mm-hmm. Blue. Wasn't very big.
So that's how quickly things change. 2 keepers now for Trey McKinney. And he is back in the lead in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. That's his season as it shapes up there. The terrible start down at the St. Johns River. If he had just made the cut there, it'd be a different show today for sure. Came back hard with Okeechobee and through the Carolinas. 3rd place at Lake Fork, where he won last year. Won his tournament this year at St. Clair the last time.
Yeah, I don't. It's always good to have success. As we go out to Chris Johnston, his nearest foe in AOI other than Jay Shakira. If he gets 2nd in AOI back-to-back years and 2nd in the Classic, Trey is just, I mean, well, good job, but holy cow.
Yeah.
We started yesterday. Just kind of walks through that.
Yeah, switched it up. I don't want to do the same thing I did yesterday. I can't see myself getting 14, 15 pounds, and switched it up. Came up to I didn't really want to come up here to Onalaska Pool 7. I did half a day of practice, and you get the odd bite, but they're better quality. But it's very risky, like may not get a limit sort of fishing. So we're gonna give it a few hours. This area I was hoping to get 2-3 bites, better quality ones, and then lock back to Pool 8 and kind of do some fishing around that Black River, do some live scoping, and then possibly go back down to where I was frogging yesterday. But looking for big ones here. But this Onalaska scares me. It seems like they move or they just don't bite on a regular basis. We're gonna hit 2 or 3 areas, and if it doesn't work, we're gonna go back to Pool 8.
A little different game plan today for Chris Johnston. His not performing up to expectations is a huge surprise to me. I mean, he was 2nd place here the last time we were here. It's sort of environment that he himself pointed out. This is what he grew up on. Northern lakes with a lot of vegetation.
It's kind of
we're
weird.
on the juice right now.
And he needed to win that event and some help to be able to sneak into the Lester and Pollenick AOY race there. But this year, added pressure, being tied, you're thinking about not winning, but just surviving, and now we make decisions.
TH Marine Weather Watch, man, perfect weather this week. There's no doubt about that. Very little chance of rain. Highs in the upper 80s, although lows in the 60s. That'll hold throughout. Might get down in the 50s for Saturday and Sunday, just a little bit, not any big swings.
Tonight there's possibility of scattered thunderstorms. The low cool front's coming through.
Okay.
Tomorrow morning, Saturday, getting the low 60s. The thunderstorms are forecast for after 7 p.m. this evening, after all our weigh-in.
Calendar says we got one more month of summer, but up here it may not be that long before winter comes in.
See the current flow that Brandon Carr was talking about in Pool 7 in between these grass mats, just to the top right of Chris Johnston's camera view.
Yesterday we had 94 anglers get limits. The average fish was about 211. A little hair under 211.
That's more than I would have thought.
Yeah,
it's a little scary.
I had to check twice.
Yeah.
Well, for the guys who didn't really catch 13 pounds for their day, had 3 fish, so they're not really affecting the average that much because they're not even, we're not polluting it with 5 small ones, That's what makes this place so hard. It's not a given every day, but just like Caleb Kufall, 5, 2.5 to 2 3/4 pounders, you're at 13 and change, or you're at 2 3/4 pounders would be, no, that's right.
Yeah, 13 and change.
13 and change.
Which is our cut spot.
Yeah, and so if you're trying to make up weight,
13.7,
and everybody ahead of you is just getting a baseline 13 pounds, Tommy, that
makes it hard.
Whew.
4 anglers tied 47th to 50th. Brandon Cobb, Drew Cook, Will Davis, and Wes Logan with 13.7. That's how tight. And
then there's 3 more tied with Chris Johnston at 55th.
Yeah.
So you got 7 ties within 8 spots.
So it's going to be 25, 26 pounds today?
Yeah, Pete Robbins was talking about in his Elite Analysis story day to day. He said that every year we come here, it doubles and it'll go up 4 ounces or down 4 ounces. So he thinks that exactly if you were to flip it 26-14, like it's going to be right near there.
One there for Trey, might keep. Does not. Back to KJ Queen.
I don't know if it's just little ones in there. I know there's little ones, but they're mixed, so it's like, gosh almighty, just want a sticky. Oh my gosh. I never missed this many fish yesterday. Like none. No, that's a dang problem. Here we go. About to be jamming.
Ah. The earphones. KJ said he didn't miss so many yesterday. We watched Pat Schlopper. Very entertaining day watching Pat Schlopper. He missed a lot of fish, but he caught a lot of fish. We are not with Pat today. He was first one out of our, we have to cover the 2 things, the points race and the 3 at the top. Divide our 6 cameras accordingly.
Gets easier tomorrow with 10.
Yep. Tomorrow will be a better day for that.
But we always kind of say, like, we could end up deciding AOI day 1, day 2, day 3, but we won't decide the winner guaranteed until day 4, so we still have time to get to that manner.
Kind of decided Rookie of the Year yesterday with Paul Marks' ill fortunes of his.
Easton really didn't do well.
Easton didn't do well, but Tucker Smith did his job.
Steady Eddie.
All right, we're trucking on through, rolling down the line here. Now, hour number 2, TH Marine Bassmaster Pick'em Challenge, one of 3 Bassmaster fantasy games here. They consist of,
They had John Cox versus Greg Hackney. I mean, who do you pick? Well, one was top 7 and one was in the bottom 7, basically.
That's right.
So
that one might be decided already. 7 matchups with a theme, all curated by Kyle Jesse, and you can pick them and do well. Yes. The Upper Mississippi River here with Crosse, Wisconsin. The Pro Guide Bassmaster Elite is the last event of the season for the Bassmaster Elite Series, and this is day 2 of 4 days of fishing. Got our full field out there. One of the races coming into this thing was very, very tight with Paul Marks a slight lead over Tucker Smith, but that one changed just like the Angler of the Year race changed complexion in a big way yesterday when Paul Marks had some issues with equipment. Had to stand down for a while, had to be towed in, get that fixed. Got back out, did not complete his limit, and that was kind of a bad blow to his effort.
That's a backbreaker, no doubt, Tommy. And it wasn't just the mechanical issue. Like, Paul wasn't catching them. No. We were 4 hours in the day, and he only had 2 fish, so he wasn't on them. Very tough day 1 for Paul Marks, looking to rebound today. Safely in the Classic, though, but this guy, Tucker Smith, just steady Eddie. Really expect that consistency from him.
Sure.
And he showed that yesterday. Offshore spots, stayed patient. We talk about the main river, those sandbars, those places fish can gather up. Made a few moves yesterday. Smallmouth were big and paying off for him largely. And then the afternoon was really where he made a couple key gains like this one right here.
Yeah. Didn't have a gangbuster day, but good enough to really lock down on that title. It's not over yet, but boy, you can hear the person of interest warming up her voice.
Oh, absolutely. Person of interest. No,
Yes.
I know what you're saying. But yeah, for Tucker Smith to be able to really take it to every level. It's been very impressive to see his high school resume, three championships, to see college championships, wins individually, making the bracket a couple times, and then go to the Opens, have such good success there, and now make the Elites and take the title Rookie of the Year. You can only win that once, Such.
Win an event, too, a big event.
Yeah. This Johnston still looking for a keeper here.
Come on. There he is. Come on. Just slurped it. Not a big one, but it's a start.
I didn't even hear it.
No, he just slurped it under. It's number 1, though. Yeah, we'll take it. Man, he did not hit that hard. He just literally sucked it under. We captured 1, though, to start. Yeah.
I was thinking it was like a bowfin again or something.
Yeah. It was not your good one.
Seems pretty calm. Just going out and getting his work done.
Yeah, he's going to do what he can do on this day. KJ Queen's had a few come off in the last few minutes. Likes this spot.
That's a big one. Stay on, baby. Stay on. Stay on, baby. Get in the boat, Wilbur. That's what I'm talking about. Not a giant, but I'll take him. Did it the old Pawpaw Queen way right there. Did a little shake action on it. Yeah.
That first one was probably 2 pounds or 2, wasn't it?
Oh, no, it's pretty small.
JT Tompkins started day 16th. He's our second angler with a limit. He's now almost 4 pounds behind Kufal in second place. He's got about a 13-pound 5 fish, a couple 3-pounders.
The Paw Queen way, Tommy. The little shake.
A little shaking the worm
I
fishing.
guess, you know, I overreact a little bit. I don't have small weights. But the Carolina rig is in theory a more complicated split shot rig. You know, it's got more aspects to it, more
kind of the
two
same-
lines
same
connected. But
family,
it's just,
yeah.
we're not crimping the line with the weight. It's two things. But yeah, basically light Carolina rig.
Yeah. Back over to Trey McKinney, as of now, our leader in Progressive Angler of the Year points yet again.
Missed it. I mean, nothing I could do. I literally, as soon as I felt him, I was holding it, he got heavy, I set the hook, nothing was there. So, just trying to find a few more of those. I mean, all we gotta get is 5 bites. That's it. I mean, I don't care. We got one good one already. That's good. But main thing is we need a couple kickers. We get a kicker, then we in business. But without the kicker, I gotta catch 5 real good ones. So that's what we're trying. That'd be awesome. But it'd almost be easier just to catch a big kicker, go from it that way. So many people fishing the Black River are trying to get up in places where maybe not everybody's gone, which might have the same result or it might have better result. Don't really know yet. But yeah, that's what that's because I fish better because now I know like, I got the most important bite out of the way, and that's it. You know, like if I catch my, what is that? Oh, carp. If I get my kicker out of the way, then I'm like, all right, now I just got to scrounge 3 or 4 good ones, not big ones, just good ones to go with it. So for me, it's a lot easier to think of it that way than be like, oh man, I still got to catch however many, and I know it can happen fast. I mean, of all places, this river, it can probably happen the fastest. Not probably where we're at, but it's a lot safer, I would think, to do what we're doing here, but I just got to run into them. Just got to find something that I can get a few bites doing. And that's the main thing, because shoot, it can happen so quick. Let's turn this way. Get a cast up behind all these docks. Just trying to fish places that maybe not everybody's casted to. Instead of fishing the front side of the docks, fishing behind the docks. Or something. Something to give it a little switcheroo.
Trey lining out a couple of ways this day could go for him. Back to KJ Queen, hooked up again.
Goodness gracious. We got that one, Will. We got him pretty good. Oh. Yeah, he's a little one, but I'll take him. Something for the pot. Good eater, you know.
Is that good eater?
Yeah, good eater.
Pound and a half?
Yeah, pound and a half, or if that.
KJ Queen keeping pace with the field, hanging in there in the top 10. 5th place as it stands right now, started out in 3rd place on this day. But still Caleb Kufall on top. Pretty healthy margin there ahead of JT Tompkins, Brian Schmidt, the defending champion in there, Jay Shakura, who earlier, well, yesterday retook his lead in AOY.
I don't care, Tommy, what time it is of the day. I've never seen an 11-pound lead from 1st to 6th at the Mississippi River, but maybe he'll widen it when we come back.
It's unusual. The Pro Guide, Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River. Sponsored by Mercury. By Power Pole. And by Progressive Insurance.
Tommy, we got to give some love to KJ Queen, man. He's been so solid on Bass Live already today, but so solid this season. I'm here at the Pro Guide Battery Screen of Knowledge, and KJ Queen fished for Bethel University. Also was a great high school angler as well. Such mentioned it, 29 years old yesterday. He was just in that first big-time group of Bethel anglers to make it to the big times. In fact, first Bethel angler to make it to the Elite Series, but we often overshadow that with his antics of the Queen machine, you know, his big van that he sleeps in and drives in on the Elites, different things like that. But his game deserves some respect. The last 4 events, Sabine, 10 Killer, St. Clair, and yesterday or this week, 17th, 8th, 13th, and 2nd, and quietly, like I say, Queen's been quiet but stellar, 9th in Angler of the Year. So a great stretch spanning a few months. He didn't lose his mojo during our 2-month break, and he has kept it going. Some other anglers who have kept it going that we need to keep an eye on, classic-wise, they really are shooting high, being in the top 5 this week, so it can fluctuate and they may fall closer to that classic cut line. But some big classic moves after Lake Hartwell through 4 events of the season. They had Fork, Sabine, 10 Killer, St. Clair, and here at the Mississippi River, they were 89th. Pat Schlapper and Andrew Loberg, 89th and 92nd. After day 1 of the Mississippi River, they are 30th and 38th respectively. So 59 and, what is that quick math? Like 54 places that they've jumped in the last 5 events. So almost halfway through the season, they were in the bottom 10 of the race. Now they're in the top 30 or top 40 of the race. So congratulations to the quiet but stellar KJ Queen. And man, those guys who mid-season looked themselves in the mirror, Tommy, and said, something's got to change. They changed for the better. So kudos to those
stories
guys.
like that.
Yeah,
We
absolutely.
missed Pat Schlapper today, man. He gave us so much entertainment yesterday. Definitely missed him. I tell you, someone else that we're missing here in the studio this week is our colleague Davey Height. I mean, we lean on him so hard, but now he's been shipped up north to elevate things up there, and so he has been doing so. But Davey, great to talk to you. And you're a veteran of 2 successful campaigns for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and we had a tremendous plot twist yesterday. So our 2 front runners now became they were the hunted. Now they're the hunters. They were the hunted. Now they're the hunters. What do you think of Chris Johnston and Trey McKinney? Their strategies for today, because they've kind of outlined them for us.
Yeah, well, it's to simply put it, they've just got to catch them. Tommy, you're right. We had just the perfect scenario with the Rookie of the Year and Angler of the Year being so close. I don't ever remember it being that close, and I've been around for a lot of these things, whether I was fishing or covering them. But then, just when you thought Jay Securic was out of the picture, he's right back in the middle of things, no doubt about it. And you talk about the hunter or the hunted. We discussed this some in the studio last week when I was there for St. Clair, the last event. I've thought for a while that Jay would be better coming from behind and being the hunter rather than the hunted, and it is certainly working out that way. But, man, we have had a great start to the final event here on the Upper Mississippi, La Crosse, Wisconsin. Always a lot of fish catching, but it gets down to you have to catch those 3- and 4-pounders.
Davey, I'm a little jealous that Sam Sobey, Kyle Jesse, Steve Bowman, Dave Mercer got to talk to you yesterday. I don't know where you were. We didn't get to talk to you on Yamaha on the line. I'm just gonna leave it there. But I will say, when we talk about the Mississippi River, we sometimes overshadow this fishery and this event because we have AOY, ROI Classic, all that stuff. These river events are so dynamic. That's why I'm looking forward to the Tennessee Tom Bigby and Arkansas River. The water clearing up from just yesterday to today, our leader dramatically saw a change from dirty to clear, and we're going to see that progress even more. Man, this is an awesome playing field to end our season.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Ronnie. And you know, I fished here a number of years. You know, when I was competing, my last Bassmaster Elite Series tournament ever was right here, and the lower end of this pool is where I started, and I had found a big group of fish. And overnight, the water had muddied up coming out of the Root River down on the lower end of this pool. So I've lived that experience. It can be heartbreaking to drive to your starting location, you know, down the Mississippi, and it change overnight. But along with that, things can clear up and it can get better overnight for some anglers. You have to hope for that. So it's something you have to deal with. The fishing is great here. Water clarity, water quality is so important on the Mississippi. And these anglers, if it's their first time here or they don't have a lot of experience here, like a Trey McKinney, you know, it's been 3 years since we've been here, they're finding out how this river can change so much overnight.
Hey, David, we got some storms expected to come in after weigh-in today. So from what you've seen and what you know, where do you think the winning angler will, you know, catch his biggest bag and win this from?
Well, Suze, that's a great question, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday. Just because the numbers, the majority of these anglers are staying in Pool 8, I think the winner will catch at least part of his fish on Pool 8. But I also talked to a couple of the anglers that caught them really well yesterday. I don't want to reveal exactly who, but we've got 1 or 2 guys that have been locking, but you have to do that for 4 days in a row. I've experienced how you can get locked out here on the Mississippi River, no doubt about it, so you have to be concerned about that. Here's what I would love to see, because we have had a perfect scenario coming in here with so many of these races so tight. I would love to see, let's go into Championship Sunday, have these races, especially like the Angler of the Year, still on the line, and have someone that has stayed in Pool 8 say, okay, now I'm going to lock into another pool because I know those fish haven't been as pressured, and I'm going to, you know, lay it all out on the line and try to win Bassmaster Angler of the Year. I think that would be an incredible way to finish a great season here.
I love that scenario. Davey, thank you so much. Great stuff. We miss you here, but we will catch you at the halftime show. That'll be great. Davey on there with Davey. Kyle, who all that? Steve?
Skeeter Boats.
Whoa. Yeah.
BFA Big Fish Alert from JT Tompkins. Started day 16th. He's got a 4-pounder. Our second limit. He's 15 pounds on the day. He's in second place.
We said, what if Trey and Chris both made the final day and it came down to that for AOY? What if they finish in the low 40s and Jay is in the final and they're watching to see where he finishes? That might be, we'll have a locked off camera on site for them.
That's more likely that they'll get inside the 50. But if they don't?
I like the first one better. I like the first scenario better. Caleb Kufal's lead down to less than 2 pounds now, but he's, see what he can do about that. Boy. Maybe do that right there.
This is a spot for good ones. Ooh, yeah, boy. That's a 3-pounder, maybe. I'll bet he's a 3-pounder. Big head. Look at the bump on him, huh?
All at 3, isn't it?
3 1/4. Yeah. All right. Settle down, buddy. Sorry about that.
You're good. You're good. I'm the one who said.
Put him over here. Just want to make sure. I called 1. Yep. All right, we're up to 14 1/4. We're getting there.
Yeah, 14 1/4 is definitely getting there if you put down 8 plus on day number 18 plus on day number 1.
33-pound total, 2 days.
I was close. I said we wouldn't have 20s, but we might have some 19s and a few ounces off of having that right.
Yeah.
Stay on there. Stay on there. Oh, ain't that big. a keeper. Well, he might not be, actually. It's just a little tubber. Nah, he's 14.
He is. He's just gonna visit.
We'll look at that. Maybe short, but he's a tubber. So he gets to wear that moniker for the rest of the day while he takes a ride.
You want a tubber that won't fit in the tub, Tommy.
He's on a pilot.
Normally when you do fish here, you get on a pilot 2.5 pounders, but he has got a lot of non-keepers mixed in there. You know, a lot of.
When you can ski them, they're really not that big.
Yeah, a lot of
It's said to be ones.
I was doubting it, but I'm starting to see a lot more ones show up.
It's actually a better one there than the last one, I think.
That one's 15. Come on.
Oh yeah, big old 14 and a half right there.
14 and a half.
Come on, Ronnie.
I am
losing.
I am big eyeing him. I am big eyeing him.
Hey, Brian Schmidt filled his limit. He's got 12 on the day. He's up to 3rd place. Ben Milliken has a limit going 7 pounds, 15 ounces.
Chris Johnston, one keeper so far. Making a little bit of a gamble coming up here in 7 today, but feels it's necessary. And they see why here.
Not a big one. The bounder. Another 2. I don't even know if he's 2. Ate it like you wanted it though. 1 3/4 pounds.
Yeah, half and half, Tommy. Half our cameras in the AOY race, half our cameras in the tournament race, half are in pool 7, half are in pool 8.
All right.
Half and half is
we're
good.
We're being equal here. We're getting balanced on our day here. Moving on through hour number 2, and Caleb Kufall still with that lead. JT Tompkins, though, putting a little pressure on from behind. Brian Schmidt hanging in there strong. KJ Queen catching them one after another. If he gets a big one, he's going to be looking a whole lot better. And Jay Shakurit, big day yesterday for him. Very important day. Working hard on day number 2.
So I probably started fishing this river about 20 years ago, and one thing about this place is it just changes every single year. I was able to get down here pre-practicing before the cutoff, so I kind of got a ride around, see where all the where old trees went out and new trees moved in, and sandbars they come out of nowhere, and you kind of got to relearn the river every single year. So I think I know where the bigger bites are kind of coming from. So, hopefully going forward we can make that work. So, get in the boat, bud. I'm loaded here. All right.
Well, Caleb Kufall, he's shown us if he can get around them, get around the right ones, he's very good at cleaning out a place. We've seen him do it multiple places, especially Guntersville back in 2021.
Yeah,
also, Sandy Cooper.
Yeah, we've seen him do well at the Sabine River. When you have places that have a little bit of current flow, can have small places where they gather up, you get that undercut bank, man, he can just go to work with less water, like 5 feet of water between him and the bank, and he can make it work.
Let's get back out to Chris Johnston. Took a long time for him to get the first keeper in the boat. He's got a couple of them right now. That has certainly improved his standings.
Not a big one, but
course of the day. This was early, but not earlier, but not early enough for Chris. He had to wait a while back here, but he has kind of a good feeling about the spot. He feels that they're there somewhere.
Down at 3/4.
And well, now we learn unofficially he is first in AOY. He has regained that lead. He came in here tied for the lead, of course, yesterday. to start the proceedings here at the Upper Mississippi, and now having lost it, falling back a bit, falling back to second place, and now he is back on top, ahead of Jay Shakura.
Yeah, and that's the crazy part is currently first in AOI, 750 points. Yesterday morning with their hot starts, and they were both in the top 10, they were at 790 points. We were like, is someone going to get 800 points to win AOI? And now the bar is, the fluid bar has
Johnston
lowered.
751, McKinney 748, Shakura McKinney 749, Shakura at 748. Watching that weigh-in yesterday, it's like, they're
going to get
Shakura's
bumped.
gained 17 points. Oh, he's gained 25. Oh, he's gained 30 points. Oh my gosh, he's taking the lead.
And then I was like, where's Kiyoya Fujita? Oh, he's only 11 back.
Yeah.
Only top 10 this year. Was not on the Elite Series at the Bassmaster Classic in Texas.
Such was so ready to correct you. Tell me he hasn't had a top 10.
Say here.
Yeah, I saw.
Well, yeah. Currently top 10 here? No, he's not.
Last time here, he was second.
Yeah.
We're seeing anglers catch their first, second, third fish, and several are not on Bass Track. It'll come down to, once they put them on the scales, though, we won't know the complete picture.
We had a little download of results yesterday about early afternoon that kind of changed the outlook a bit.
And we weren't far off. They were in the low 30s on Bass Track, and we were like, that bodes that you're going to be around 50, and so wasn't shocked to see them that low, but to see some of the other guys that, I'm 40 points back. Is that too far? Nope.
Well, and we didn't know Shakura caught a 5-pounder. He was at 15 pounds on Bass Track or under it. And he catches something that gives him a 2-pound call up to 17. We had no idea that one.
Now, third place AOY, Trey McKinney. See how long that lasts.
Saw that bite on his rod tip. If we replay that, you can watch that thing get bit.
Thought it was gonna be a lot bigger. Crap.
Oh, not a keeper.
Not 14 inches, will not make the cut there. Trey McKinney out here, he's doing what he always does. He tells us that it's all about fishing for respect.
The respect of it is kind of where it would feel amazing. I feel like, when I'm a little young coming into the Bassmaster Elite Series, I feel like, it's not like you get accepted into the group real easily, It's, you're kind of the young guy on the block. I'll trust the Lord in anything He does, and I don't have to prove nothing to nobody as long as I feel like I'm doing what's right. But it is definitely an interesting time, but, I feel like if I do everything that's right and I feel like it's right in my shoes, I think we're all good. I do very well, I feel like, with trying to handle the pressure, realizing sometimes it's out of my control what exactly happens. And that makes it go down easier if something does mess up or something does happen. But every single one of us got here because, that they are able to catch them, a lot of good guys. And, when I do that and I think about that, I'm like, it kind of calms me down. It's like, okay, we're all here to do our job. A lot of times nowadays, there is a lot of drama in bass fishing, and you can't listen to it. If you catch bass, you're going to be in some sort of drama. And don't really let that, mess with your head. You just keep going, take a deep breath, and think about it, and realize that this is what I've been dreaming about every night for a very long time.
Trey McKinney, wanting to respect. All these anglers want respect out there. A lot of ways to earn it. You could get some big-time fan and colleague respect if he could win Angler of the Year here, but that has yet to be decided. Had a few shakeups so far today.
Tyler Williams up ahead on the same bank.
There he is, yeah.
Yeah, and I think, Tommy, it's all your first impression. You know, and your first impression is some words at the tanks, and your first impression is rules on the water, those types of things. It doesn't set the precedent well, but he has done a good job this year to make up for that.
Yeah, well, you expect the learning curve for everybody.
Absolutely. Started his elite career at 18 years old. 19, you know,
youngest ever to qualify.
It's just
Sometimes.
Yeah.
But honestly, I feel like I've caught them frogging. Like I threw right there, catch a bass, throw right there, catch a pike. Definitely doesn't help though. How much you got? Huh? Dude, it's... What, did you catch them on those 2 points right there? What is up with that? They're like everywhere.
I can't tell if they're bass, not bass.
I don't know. How many did you catch off that point?
Saw that by 2.
I bet that felt good. I'm gonna wind a swim bait on these 2. I've only got 1.
They're all over that.
I know, they're all over both.
What do you have?
1 fish. Yeah. He's got 2, I've got 1. Or do I have 2? No, I've got 2.
No, you got 2.
I was about to say, ain't no way you're lying to a buddy, and he's like, no, I got 2.
That's where we stand here. Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. First place now is Chris Johnston. A couple of points ahead of Trey McKinney. Just neck and neck back at the top again. How often will it change during the course of today? Well, that conversation between a couple of sophomores there, a couple of second-year men on the Elite Series, Williams and McKinney.
Now it's 1 point separating all 3.
1 point separating all 3.
Johnston, Shakir, then McKinney.
My goodness.
Wow.
We sure have enjoyed having you here while viewing on Roku today. We have great live coverage for you. Roku is going to move on to some more live sports coverage, but you can catch the continuing coverage here in the Pro Guide Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River on the Roku Bass channel. Also continues on Bassmaster.com. So we will push on through the day. But again, thanks for being with us, and we will see you next time you come around. Find us elsewhere. Got more coming up here from La Crosse. Our Bassmaster fantasy games. One of them, the Falcon Rods Bassmaster Drain the Lake. You pick 8 anglers for each event on the schedule, but the twist is, once you pick them, you can't use them again. It's too late to play it at this one, of course. This one's already locked down, but you can do some research for next year by taking a look at the standings and note who does well in the Northern Swing, those 2 or 3 tournaments at the end of the season. And then you can kind of put those guys in your Rolodex as being the ones you want to save when you play Drain the Lake next year. And we urge you to do so. It's a lot of fun, very challenging, and very satisfying when you do it right. Back out to Brandon Card starting the day.
Ronnie may not agree, but I'd save the Johnstons for the St. Lawrence River.
Yeah, that's, wow. Getting out there on a limb there, Suge.
I think everybody knows that one.
Yeah.
Free tip.
For no charge.
Finally.
There we go.
Not a big one, but he's a start.
9 o'clock first keeper.
That fish hit it like 3 times. Man, he wasn't coming off either. Holy cow. Maybe they're gonna start biting for us. I just lost one. Let's weigh him real quick. Old chunker. Two and a half. All right, let's get back in there. Give us another one. Let's go right in.
Card on the board at long last. It probably felt like an eternity to him after walking up into pool number 7. Back to Trey McKinney on top there, the walking bait.
Oh. See the flash. Oh, he got it.
Oh,
Decent.
did you see that? It was just. That was sick.
I actually caught him coming up and grabbing it.
Did you? That's awesome.
That was cool.
He just. That's a keeper. Should be bigger, but he decided to go on the keto diet. The keto diet. I don't even know, that's 2-pounder. Just how ugly he is. But if
now it's beautiful.
yeah, right, honestly, yeah. Purple. He is a beautiful bass.
They came back to AOY lead.
Watch. You'll see this.
Stalked him all the way back to the boat.
Oh, it was just before that where you see him flash and swirl and miss it and then come up and get it a couple pops later. I'm not trying to judge by age, but keto diet's kind of an older diet for the young man to reference. I figured his generation would more say he's on Ozempic, or something.
Well, he's got parents, and stuff like that. He wasn't a test tube baby.
Made in a lab? You sure? Took a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Fishing minerals.
Let's go back to this, see if I can catch one. I had to throw a glide. And I am completely fine with that. I just don't know why. I mean, they're literally eating this. I don't know why they wouldn't blow up on it.
I wonder if the bass strategies of sucking down food is influenced by the amount of eagles up there that come get them.
They get a little testy. Of course, eagles are more interested in already deceased bass. I don't think it's eagles so much as it's herons and such.
Just another class of professional fishermen.
That's right.
Now Caleb is out on the main river now. I am taking photos right here.
I think I caught a limit, and I think I called at least 3, 4, 5 times, something like that. So it was good. Not a lot of size, but some decent ones. I caught a couple 2 3/4 out of there, and we just moved down to this spot now. And I think I've had like 3 bites in here. Landed one, a good one, a 3 3/4. So boosting my weight a little bit there, but I'm just about to leave here. We're gonna go up a little ways and try another spot. But morning's been good. They seem pretty active, and we're gonna keep plugging away.
Caleb Kufwell, whom our colleague Mark Zona informs us, has multiple times in years past that he is not a Packer fan. As the NFL season looms large in the windshield.
He's got to be fired up about the Bears. They're looking pretty good in preseason.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He is.
Suits, you know, preseason's about as good as a summer workout video of an athlete who hadn't played well during the season. You know, I'm back. I'm better than ever.
Maybe not short, is he?
Too little.
Maybe.
Got 4 anglers over 10 pounds, our top 4, and then you go way down there, and our big fish from Chris Saldana, 4-3, and he's over 11 pounds. He's up to 30th. I think he started the day 97th, so he's got a lot of work.
Yeah.
Started with 8-8. Pat Schlopper's fishless right now. Jason Christie's not even had a ping on his bass track. That's curious.
That is curious. That Greg tells me he's catching them.
Greg Hackney has 2 fish for about 3 pounds. Started in our top 10 today.
Yeah.
Needing that winning in provision to get to the Classic. Same with this man right here, Brandon Card. He's outside the points.
That's right.
I don't know, Ronnie, is Brandon Card now our best angler not to win in a pro level event? See in our list?
I mean, if you factor in maybe longevity, he's on that list. But, you know, when you have great groups of rookies and guys in their first, second, third,
guys who've been
fourth
around
year
for a couple of years.
I mean, I had to look and
Brandon's in his 14th year.
Look and judge. Yeah, I mean,
Bassmaster Elite Series. Yeah. First college angler to ever come out to the elites.
University of Kentucky.
Yep.
Wins here, he tops $1 million.
Started getting a little bit of action on this frog. We had 2 that we lost. Well, one I actually threw back in there with the Cinco and got it to bite and lost it. Had one pull off and then caught a 2.5, and then I've caught 2 shorts. So they're starting to get a little active. Maybe there's a bite window opening up. This area I'm fishing is so vast, like they could just be anywhere. So it's like you kind of gotta fish, not fast, but you know, steady, just kind of fish steady. And then once you get a bite, then drop your power poles and just really work that area apart, because there's usually more nearby. I mean, that's like 4 fish under that one mat there. Now, obviously 2 were non-keepers, but just going to keep plugging away with this frog. One of my favorite ways of catching them. Probably the favorite way of catching them.
Brandon Card was 5th here back in 2013. 35th in 2016. His previous appearances, 21st here back in 22. Had some good
Yeah,
feedback through the years. That's not a bad
Good
performance
group
record
there.
here.
It's never been 1 out of 7. It's never been 1 out of 9. But there are good finishes that have came from those pools.
yeah.
We just haven't seen it factor tremendously on that final day. I remember, like we were talking about, KJ Queen early in that event last time in 2022 was on camera, had good steam, started to fall off day 3 and day 4 compared to Schmidt and Johnston in Pool 8. The guys who get to fish all 8 hours with no risks of getting locked out.
Time to start getting it on our mind. The top 50, that's what today is all about. We got our full field out here for the second day in a row. If you're in one of those points races, well, you sure want to make that top 50. You don't want to be sitting on the sidelines, not having any control over your fate. And of course, if anyone else wants to be in the top 50 here because you have a chance to move on, maybe to Championship Sunday. Into our third hour here, pretty well into our third hour. The Pro Guide Bassmaster Elite on the mighty Mississippi River, upper Mississippi. Get those Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. It could not be closer. Up at the top, look at those top 3 positions right there. Trey McKinney opening it up a tiny bit. A big 4-point lead over Jay Shakurin. Chris Johnston trails Jay by 4 points. Joya Fujita not that far behind.
4 points here, Tommy, is like half an ounce.
Oh my gosh.
Like, what are we,
Yeah,
you know,
it's
how
like
do you,
an eyelash.
you know?
One angler catches a fish and they move the whole shooting match there.
Yeah,
I say
moves between
they
us.
put
This is
the
a merry-go-round.
AOI trophy on that train, and by the time it gets to La Crosse, we will know who's winning AOI. I think we do.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Jay Shakurin now.
With his urchin dice style lure.
I haven't heard it called an urchin yet. Is that
Well,
like a
there's-
generic name now?
I call it an urchin because there's dice where it's like a soft plastic cube or ball with strands of skirt, and then there's the ones where it's all a uniform plastic type, where it's kind of like a spike ball looking deal, and that's more of like a sea urchin to me, like, you know.
Okay.
Where it's poking
Give
out,
that
sitting
one,
still.
or
The other
that
one doesn't do it until it flares
One
in the
before
water.
that, it was like 1 3/4 pounds. That one was like 2. Yeah.
Tommy, if this looks familiar, that's where Trey McKinney caught one.
I'm gonna,
yesterday.
my next
that's right.
one, I'll
He was
start
off to the
weighing
right there a
them.
little bit. Yeah.
See what we got. Not much right now, but no 3-pounders yet.
Four-pounder is giving Andrew Loberg 10 pounds, 12 ounces today to tie Shakurin, but take over one spot ahead of him.
These neighborhoods getting some play today. Some of our top 6, or 6 that we're covering.
That's what makes it so hard to do other pools for 4 days, but also to do the Black River for 4 days.
Yeah.
So difficult to do the Black River 4 days.
Something.
Unless you're
If you catch a 3-pounder, I'm gonna stroke.
Aaron Martins, who fished way out in the channel, like way deeper, not this bank stuff.
Brother. No telling. I have no idea. It seemed pretty big, yeah. It just, and it shot my spook like, yeah, I know. I think it was like probably a 3 or 4 pounder. Shut up. There is redemption. He can bite it anytime he wants.
If you start seeing the bait swirl all the way to the bottom,
Really? How big was it? Yeah, it looked like it. I was like, wow. Wow.
Let's back out to Brandon Card here. 2 fish in the boat, I believe. Trying to climb back into that top 10.
A little bit of a bite window. People are moving up and down.
No, he's got one. I'm sorry, one fish. I think one didn't measure. That's right.
Get up in here. He'll keep. Number 2. Probably a 2 something. Two and a quarter.
Quarter should get him back into the top 10. Things pretty tight around that 10th spot, down below for a few spots. Let's get back out to Caleb Kufal, our tournament leader.
Catch big fish. I'm going to hit as many of these spots as I possibly can, catch as many fish as I possibly can, and hope that some of those big fish show up, because I'm playing the numbers game, just kind of catching what I can and hoping that some of these bigger fish show up. So,
what are you throwing today?
Throwing a 3/8 ounce jig that I make myself. Color's green pumpkin. I'm throwing a tiny little 2 3/4 inch chunk on it. Just a very basic jig, basic chunk, basic color. A lot of these strikes are reactionary that I'm getting, or at least probably, 50% of them are reactionary. So, when it comes to that, color, stuff like that doesn't mean quite as much, but this little guy will catch anything.
Caleb Kufal, absolutely excellent at flipping, but also with his custom poured jigs that he makes. I'm here in the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section. A little top tackle for you, and I saw and noticed when his early flipping, those undercut banks, the current washing through, he can get close to that cover, and when you get one, normally there may be multiple there. He has proven that this morning. But one difference that we want to talk about, you can throw 2 different 3/8 ounce green pumpkin flipping jigs or compact jigs, whatever you choose. You can throw 2 different ones and accomplish 2 different goals. First one, threading a jig. When you pull the skirt back and reveal, you have that bait rigged all the way up to the head. It's much more streamlined, compact, and it's going to fall much faster to the bottom. Even though these are the same lengths in theory, it's not like one is tremendously longer or bigger than the other one. They're pretty much from jig head to end of the crawl the same size. The big deal though with this, when you hang a jig trailer, a chunk style trailer, maybe a crawl chunk, maybe just a one without a bunch of movement appendages, when you hang one and it's back there loose floating, it tends to drag the bait a little bit more. It does not fall nearly as fast. And what a lot of guys like Bill Lowen and probably Caleb Kufal, great river fishermen with a jig, they talk about floating a jig in that river current. That means you're matching the jig head size, a 3/8, a half ounce, quarter ounce, whatever it may be for the current standards that the water's flowing, or you upsize your craw chunk and it floats with that current. It kind of goes back under those undercut banks. It doesn't fall nearly as fast, and a lot of these fish are triggered by that action. So floating a jig by hanging a trailer instead of threading it is a big deal, and we're starting to see some of Caleb Kufall's arsenal today with that jig. It's not just a straightforward jig, it's what he's doing with it and the way he's presenting the trailer on it.
Guess Pat Schlopper just filled his limit. All 5 of his fish came in at once. He's in second place.
Wow.
13 1/4, 1 1/4 back at Caleb Kufall.
How about that? I kept telling us yesterday, you don't know how hard I've worked on this tournament. How hard I've worked through the year with this tournament in the back of my mind.
I big agree. Could not agree more with you. I'm just getting ready to. Come on. We're all friends here, man. Oh, come on, right there. Eat it. He ran up there. Oh, come on. I don't know if these all fish are super tiny or what.
The boat docks getting some attention this day. Day number 2 of our final event of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Pushing through the morning, pretty fast rate here. Things constantly changing. We'll be back with more after this break. City of La Crosse, Wisconsin in the background. This is the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series final stop of the year, the Pro Guide Batteries Bassmaster Elite. From the upper Mississippi, the sixth time ever the Elites have been up here. Our live coverage today is sponsored by Garmin. A lot to see up here. Coverage has been exciting. It has been full of twists and turns so far. And that's our leaderboard, the actual leaderboard with Bass Track, which is estimate numbers. Right there. Caleb Kufall still holding on to that lead. Pat Schlopper, 2 Wisconsinites in the top 2 positions. We've got another Wisconsinite down there, Jay Shakurit, bumping in and out of the top 10 as well. So let's get down to Caleb, who has certainly figured something out here.
You can see the ebbs and flows of the little islands that pop up down the Mississippi and how that current flows.
Sort of a classic river seam sort of thing, situation where fish can get out of the current, move into it easily, feed all day.
Decent one. I don't know if he'll keep or help us though. Helped us by 4 100s.
Stetson Blaylock with a 4-pounder moving into our top 10. It's 6th, with third biggest bag of the day, 13.2 on Bass Track.
He's one of the ones that logged down yesterday, wasn't he?
Big one. Decent.
There's Johnston. Much needed keeper with just 2 fish in the live well.
Not bad.
Not a bad one. Thought he was a little bigger. Chunky. 3.
You're just joining us, Chris Johnston, trying to be the 4th angler of all time to go back-to-back. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year titles. He came into this event tied for the lead.
Regained the lead, Tommy.
With that fish, he just regained the lead. There's a snapshot of his unusual year for an AOY contender. Not a single top 10 amongst his 8 starts to date.
If he stayed here, he wouldn't have a finish worse than 33rd, Tommy.
Goodness, yeah.
That's crazy.
That's unbelievable.
I'll have to look back. I'll have to look back and see who our last AOY was that didn't get a top 10.
I don't know if there's ever been one.
I think it's more likely that they make 3 or 4 top 10s and have a 70th than not make a single top 10, but make every common, cut. Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
That's a good one.
Boom.
Those last 2 help.
That's one we want.
No doubt.
That's one we want. That's a good one. Ooh, boy. That is a good one right there.
I'll be pushing 4.
Yes. That's probably 3.5. 3 3/4. All right. Get rid of that one we just caught. I'm just gonna throw him in there. We're not gonna call him today. There you are.
$18 pounds.
That's what we needed, man.
Yeah, 18
right.
pounds, 15 ounces yesterday. If he keeps culling up at that level, keeps that up till the end of today's fishing, he'll be pretty close to that number again.
Yeah, and I mean, to win tournaments like this, you need maybe 16 to 16 and a half a day, maybe 17 at most. He's already 2 pounds above that day one. If he gets one more of those culls, Tommy, he'll be on pace to do what normally is done.
He's getting a lot of the hard work done here in the first 2 days.
2 of those 4.5 pounders yesterday.
Stay on, baby. Get your nose up, get your nose up, get your nose up, get your nose up, get your nose up. He ain't that big, but I don't want to take no chances on it. He ain't big at all. Good Lord, Wilbur. You wanted that thing, didn't you?
Willard. Wilbert and Willard.
Willard.
I was going to say that's the name he gives inadequate keepers. Keepers, but they're not good
Rats?
enough. Wilbert and...
There's a famous movie with
Michael Jackson. Willard, right? Wasn't Michael Jackson in that movie? About the rat? Or did he sing a song in the movie? I think he did. Yeah.
I don't know if he was an actor, but I remember the movie Willard.
Oh, yeah.
Get him! Tear him apart! Guy who controlled rats. Maybe that's why he calls the little guys Willard.
It's Johnston. Looking for a 4th. He would do well to put a limit in the boat here while he's up in this neck of the woods.
Get in here.
Be close.
I don't know. He'll be close.
He is just 14 inches. About as close to 14 as he can get.
All right.
He will want to find that one in his live well later and get rid of it.
Yeah. Kufal, who's pushing 16 pounds here. Wow.
That might help. Huh?
Stop.
It's kind of skinny. I think he might help though. Yeah, he's over 3. A little bit over 3. Helps about a half a pound. Number 3.
Caleb said, I'm playing a numbers game here. He wasn't kidding. He is.
Wouldn't you
He's
like
laughing a feel for numbers.
Wouldn't you like a spot where you can go catch 5, 2.5 to 2 3/4 smallmouth pretty quick, and then go to a stretch where these 3 largemouth have all helped him, and they're all over 3 pounds? Like, that's just, he is playing the river game plan very well.
Oh man, is he ever?
It's honestly using both states very well too right now. A little bit of Minnesota this morning, a little bit of
Wisconsin. 28th here back in 2022. He has definitely experienced an upgrade from that. His first day and a half, almost a day and a half here. We're about to close out our 3rd hour of competition here with Caleb Kufal in charge. Pat Schlopper, also from Wisconsin, in 2nd place. The last stop of the season here on the Upper Mississippi. That's the trophy that gets awarded here, will be awarded here in La Crosse, Wisconsin, 2025 Pro Guide Batteries Bassmaster Elite event here. And congratulations to all the guys who have been through all of this season. That's what Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year is all about. Making sure you do well as you possibly can at each. Don't lose your focus. Don't lose your focus. Maybe Trey McKinney did at the first event of the year. If he hadn't, it would be a different story. But right now, he's losing ground to Chris Johnston, who is working on a limit here. I think he's 4 fish now, maybe 1 shy of a limit, which keeps moving him up in the point situation right here. Both of those anglers, bear in mind, have to make it into the top 50 if they want to compete into Saturday and into the weekend. Maybe get a chance at that, but we'll see how it goes.
Trey has got to leave the Black River. That is a dying man spot right now. It didn't do enough work for him yesterday. Too much company in there today.
Yeah.
It is a doing what you did yesterday just to maintain is a non-decision. You're not making a decision. Chris made the decision today. Trey will have to make that decision, and if he doesn't, he will be guaranteed to lose AOI, in my opinion.
Yeah, Chris laid out a specific plan for the day, and it's working out for him so far.
We'll just have to get the fish back.
Here's the guy with the plan. Caleb Kufal.
I mean, can you just jump the Onalaska spillway to get back in case the locks, like, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
do not
seen him
do
it in a
that.
pontoon boat, right?
Do not do that. No one do that. I'm just messing.
Mercer did it on live a couple years ago with a
right
houseboat or something,
right?
didn't he?
Pontoon boat.
A lot of fishing. This is just ending our 3rd hour of competition right now.
One piece of wood on this undercut bank right here. Or not, maybe not undercut bank, but one piece of wood, 2 flips to it. Does he get it?
I'm saying he gets one.
Oh, 3 flips to it. It's just off to the left. Okay, 4.
See?
Shocked me. That was the only piece of wood on that
catching
stretch.
it right now. No. Just kidding. We'd be back there if he was. Back to KJ Queen. Got his Carolina rig get some use today. Something tells me Brian Schmidt's doing something close to that out there too.
Oh, we'll see Brian this weekend, no doubt.
I bet we will.
Cloud nine.
Good one, huh? Gonna make it?
I don't know with KJ. KJ's got me so shook today. He's got 1-pounders. He's catching a bunch of peepaw bass or whatever he's calling them.
He's got more than what it says,
Willard's,
right?
rats.
I have no idea. Like
They
every hook set looks like Moby Dick's coming in, and then it gets to the boat and it's like I got to measure it. I just don't know with KJ today. He definitely hand feeds them and
One point, he had 5 fish for 6.5 pounds. He's up to 7.5 now. Let's see if this gives him another call. Bunch of 1-pounders.
Jay Shakira.
Come on.
Second place in our points race.
Well, right now we're trying to do something a little different, something
And Trey McKinney.
that just run off the hip. Why not? I got nothing else, so hopefully Tim Doobie doesn't go down that stretch of duckweed, because I mean, to me, if I was a bass, is where I'd be sitting. But we're just gonna have fun today. Honestly, I think I just need to quit worrying about it. I think that's affected me more than anything. So, like, honestly, I do think that. So I think we're just gonna go fishing. And if it works out, that would be freaking sweet. If not, you know, I'm young. I have more years. But yeah, this has been a tough tournament for me. Just haven't been on them. And they're catching them. Somehow. Really don't know how, but they are.
That's the exact same thing Shakira said about
right now
St.
we're
Clair.
just fishing. Heck, I looked at this, I was like, no way a fish won't be sitting here, right? Or I would think. So here we are, we're gonna fish it. Hopefully catch a big one. Line a big swimmer around and hopefully get nibbled. Gosh, that frog and stretch looks juicy. That is where we're going after this.
you might have set it up.
It's a weird.
Last year or a couple of events ago, something, Tommy. But got a little bit of Jordan Lee inflection on there. The way, you know.
Oh yeah.
My reel's messing up. I don't know what's going on with it.
Four-pounder helps Easton Fothergill climb from, I think, 60th to 16th right now. He's got 11.5. Chris Saldana has a decent bag, 14.6 on the day. He's got our Phoenix Boats 4.3 Big Bass.
That's a good bag.
I had said Trey needed to make a move from the Black River. Where he is right now is a move, so something different.
Trey's now fallen to 51st. He actually climbed a little first, started 58th.
As strong as Caleb Kufal has been, he has been strong on camera for us today, catching fish. Still got Pat Schlopper within 3 pounds of him. I think that'll help him.
Normally we see, Tommy, when we have anglers holding up smallmouth and largemouth at the weigh-in, you're like, man, he's got a couple different game plans going on. Here, I'm doing the same thing in just a different spot, and it's different species.
The variety's built in, baked in.
Half and half over here.
Yeah, why not?
As Schlepper said in the preview story for this event that it's moving time where they're starting to get ready to go to their fall. The temperature's starting to cool. And you can find the same different species in the same spots, except way back up in the duckweed, and way back shallow.
Hey, I love the way Caleb's fished today. I mean, even his Crocs are in sport mode, so you know he is ready to go.
Sport mode? Yeah, now what are you talking about?
Yeah, see the heel? See his heel right there?
What does that mean?
The strap of the Croc is behind his heel. Sometimes you slip them on, and it's like on the top of your foot.
You wear them like a clog.
Yeah, it's like
you
a
can
clog.
flip them off and run.
But when
What do
you
call
put
that
it,
mode?
But that's just chill mode.
Leisure
that's
mode.
But when you put it behind your heel and you're in sport mode, I mean, you're in business. There's nothing going to get him out of that shoe other than a 6-pounder on a hook set, probably.
I was feeling undereducated until this moment here.
Is there an econ mode?
Sport mode. If you ever, hey, if you ever think I'm going to race someone on a foot race and they've got Crocs on, if they're in sport mode, don't count them out. Don't count them out.
I count them out.
The kids shoot hoops in their Crocs, Ronnie. I watch some of them. Can do it. Others, it's like, take them off. How are you running in those? But they're sport mode. Now I know.
You know, I'm just trying to. It's the subtleties, you know. Hanging his trailer on a jig, sport mode, Crocs, you know, like it's just a couple little things Caleb's got going for him.
Well, Caleb just can't quit catching. You've seen him catch 20 today? Unbelievable.
He's catching them so that no one can catch him.
That's right. And succeeding. Well, we're about done with our time here for the moment, but we got the halftime show coming up next. There it is. Dave Mercer, Davey Hyde, Kyle Jesse at the ballpark out there at second base. It looks like getting ready to kick things off to throw out the first pitch of the halftime show, and that starts right now.
Hard to believe it, but this is the final full Friday of the 2025 Bassmaster Elite Series. So much on the line. It all comes down to this. We got anglers trying to win Angler of the Year, Rookie of the Year, qualify for the Classic, and stay on the Bassmaster Elite Series. The sad truth of this sport is the end of every year, pros get relegated out of the Elite Series, and it's going to be a tough day for some of them today, but a great way to finish the season here on the Mississippi River. Pool 7, 8, and 9. Always a fun event to cover, always an exciting event, but just when you thought our Angler of the Year race couldn't get any more compelling. I mean, the tightest Angler of the Year race we've ever had. We brought the stage out and all the trailers here to Copeland Park to do a weigh-in, and what a great facility, number one. But just when you think our Angler of the Year race can't get any more compelling, we have a two-way tie, and Jay Shakira from Wisconsin says that all of a sudden, I got something different to do. I'm going to tell you how things are. You're in my state, and guess what? I'm taking the lead back unofficially.
Yeah, just it's so interesting. And all of us, including me, thought that it was totally between Trey McKinney and Chris Johnston. And Jay Shakira said, not so fast. We talked about at St. Clair when I was in studio talking to Ronnie and Tommy and Suits that I really think that Jay not being in the lead is better for Jay to have a chance to win. For whatever reason, I felt like he needed to be the hunter, not the hunted. And boy, did that pan out for him yesterday. The big problem is, though, you have to look at the points.
Yep.
And he was 40, a couple points down. If Trey or Chris finish above 40th, Jay can't win, even if he wins this event. So he's got a mountain to climb, but he did what he needed to do yesterday.
That's the thing. I mean, at St. Clair, to your point, Zona on the halftime show was talking about how you know, it was going to be a two-man race between Shakira and Johnston. We thought the same thing here with Johnston McKinney. Obviously, big move from Jay yesterday. It's going to be interesting to the final day.
Yeah, and remember, the points are still the same coming into this. Whatever Jay was back, that's what he has to finish ahead of Trey and Chris. And Jay can only move so much up. He was in 7th place after day number 1. Well, Chris Johnston was in 55th. Trey was a few spots behind that. They got a lot of ground to make up. But speaking of making up ground, let's get caught up with everything that's been going on in the water with our Yamaha Midday Report. And why not kick things off with the first angler we are covering, and that is the angler who is leading this tournament, I believe. One Caleb Kufal.
Yeah, we've gotten to know Caleb through the years fishing the Bassmaster Elite Series. He loves to have a flipping stick in his hand, and he is close to home with a flipping stick in his hand, and that's going to make him very dangerous for the rest of the elite field. I talked to him yesterday afternoon after he weighed in, said he's got a lot of experience here. He's doing what he likes to do, and he just frankly said, I think I know where those bigger fish live on this river, and he proved it yesterday, and he's backing up again today.
2 Bassmaster wins, one in the Open, one in the Elite Series, both of them from the state of Alabama. He would love to get it done in front of his home state crowd, and Wisconsin has shown out here. We go a lot of places, and the locals, you know, they don't always show out the way they have. After day number 1, with Kufal, with Schlopper, I mean, there's a lot of Wisconsin representing.
No question about it. Great day so far this morning as well. 15-11. How often do we see the day 1 leader have struggled early on day 2?
Yeah, absolutely. And talking to him yesterday, like the day I think you have to win this event is the day that he's got in the bag after yesterday.
Trey McKinney seemed unflappable all season long. Once he got over that tough one, put himself in contention coming into this event. But if we've seen any kind of ruffles or toughness this season, it was yesterday. He kind of struggled.
Yeah, you could just see that there's a lot of pressure on this young angler. He's only 20 years old. He's accomplished a lot in his young career, but he's still 20 years old. And the pressure of Bassmaster Angler of the Year is really wearing on him. It's also wearing on Chris Johnston, too. I can't say that it's not. And I can't describe. Fortunately, I've kind of been there, done that. There's just no way to describe how much extra weight is on your shoulder with Angler of the Year on the line.
Well, there's the dude that everybody was counting out. Jay Shakir had a dream season going until we hit the Sabine River. Sabine River and then 10 Killer kind of were tough on him. Actually, no, Sabine River he survived. Yeah. 10 Killer and St. Clair, as crazy as that is, were tough on him. But he can right the ship here if those guys open the door.
Yeah, they've got to leave the door open, and unfortunately, they don't do that very often. Maybe one of them, but not both of them at the same time. I mean, when's the last time Chris Johnston and Trey McKinney finished below 45th place? I don't remember a time. I mean, I really don't in the last 2 years.
Here he is, your reigning and defending Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and unofficially right now, he is in the lead once again in trying to go back-to-back and join a very, very rare group of anglers that have back-to-back Angler of the Year titles.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Obviously seeing Chris Johnston do a little bit of what he did yesterday, throwing a frog. You know, yesterday I think one of the things that stood out is you watched Trey McKinney, Chris Johnston. They were both neck and neck, you know, all day long with their weights. Not necessarily at the top of the leaderboard, but somewhere in the middle of the pack. As is normally the case, Bass Track is going to be a little bit off. A lot of surprises. Both those guys further down on the leaderboard. Great opportunity today for Chris Johnston to take that lead back in Angler of the Year.
Yeah, we'll hold your horses, Kyle Jesse, because we got some breaking news right now. We're going to get out on the water with Wisconsin's very own Jay Shakurit.
Yes. Whew. Look at that. That's the fish we need. I know which one's my smallest. 3.5.
Oh, good googly moogly. That is a major shot from Jay Shakir. And you could see, you just don't have to even worry about how big a shot it is. You saw how big a shot it is with that call right there.
It looked like a 2-pound upgrade to me, which here is solid gold. I mean, it's just so hard to separate yourself here, but that is the kind of fish that separates you from the pack.
Jay Shakir, and you said it, you know, you felt like he needed to be the hunted, not, or the hunter, not the hunt, like come from behind. And yeah. I gotta agree, because it definitely felt like even at Sabine, he, all of a sudden, the pressure of chasing down one of the most coveted titles in this sport, you seen him start to feel the pressure that moment. He started talking about it, and then obviously we saw what happened to 10 Killer in St. Clair.
Yeah, and we're kind of seeing that happen to Trey McKinney here, and a little bit of Chris Johnston. Talked to both of them before this tournament started. They just didn't have a very good practice. And our sport is not unlike any other sports. Typically, the harder you work, the better things happen. The harder you work, the luckier you are. All those different sayings in any sport. Hard work pays off. Well, there comes a point where, especially in fishing, I certainly have experienced it, where you can just beat your head against the wall too much. You can try, quote unquote, too hard to make things happen, and it just does not. And when you get to that point, it is so hard. I mean, it's like in baseball, you know, sometimes the ball looks like it's a basketball, and sometimes it looks like it's a golf ball, but it's still a baseball. But Absolutely. There's just mentally, and right now, I think, especially for Trey, that ball looks really small right now.
Well, let's get out live right now with 20-year-old fishing phenom Trey McKinney, trying to add another accolade to his rapidly growing portfolio and become the youngest angler of the year ever.
Not a bad one. Yes, sir. Thought it was gonna be bigger, but.
That'd be his 5th fish.
Yeah, me too.
Go for a ride anyway.
Yeah, you're gonna go for a little ride. Green. Not quite a 2-pounder. Keep going for a ride. Yep.
Always good to get a limit. Great shot right here. We love to see top water action, whether it's a frog or a walking bait. Here's something interesting here this week, though. Again, with the pressure, there's no everybody that keeps up with Bassmaster. There's no denying that JT and Trey work together. There's no denying that Corey and Chris Johnston work together. All year long, we've been seeing Trey tell JT, "Hey, you just need to go over here. They're biting. They're good. It's easy. Just go right over there." And it's been a struggle more for JT. Same way with Corey and Chris. Obviously, Chris tied for the leader of Angler Year. Corey has been, you know, he's been having to tell Corey and helping Corey more. But this tournament, I think, roles have swapped, and it's just so hard to go, even if it's your brother in their case, go fish where even your brother, like I said, tells you, just go over there and catch them. They're easy. It's so difficult.
But we're gonna fish.
And let's be honest, we're on a different fishery. It's a lot easier to tell somebody what to do the next day in St. Clair or Thousand Islands or something like this. Is historically, it's a river, and any river, I mean, the next day can be like a totally different day.
100%, Dave. And with all the rain we had just a few days ago, this river is changing, maybe more than I can remember in an elite series in the past from day to day. It always changes some, but it's been a lot the last 2 days.
So we're back to scratch. We got like 4 little dinks in the box, and now we got to try to find a school of them. I mean, it can literally happen so fast here, though. Like this grass stretch, I catch 16 pounds down one grass stretch. I mean, it's just how it happens here. You just run into that right pack of the fish and you are wealthy. In practice, they were missing it real bad. I'd find them frog fishing, and there's a little one. Find like a little group of them and get 5 bites and not catch a one of them. Pretty concerning. Gosh, these mats look so good. Current on both sides of them. Like if I was a bass, I'd done be caught. This is where I'd be sitting. I mean, look at that. You don't get any better. I mean, that is gorgeous.
One of the big problems, everything looks so good here, and these fish are in small little groups. Caleb Kufal has figured out exactly where they are, but this fishery is so good and so beautiful. Everywhere you throw looks like where a bass should be.
And it's easy to point out, like seeing Trey feeling the pressure of the moment, but I'm also listening to him and watching him, and like, it's ridiculous. He's 20 years old. Right. Like a 20-year-old version of me, number one, probably didn't show up for takeoff. And if I'm in his situation, I'm in the fetal position, sucking my thumb in the bottom of that bass boat. And he is hosting a television show, basically. Top the leaderboard, Wisconsin, running the board 1 and 2, Caleb Kufal and Pat Schlopper. Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats, La Crosse, Wisconsin. It is the location for our 9th stop of 2025. The Pro Guide Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River. Pools 7, 8, and 9 in play. And there's a lot in play here this week. We've got the abacus out. We're working out numbers on Rookie of the Year, Angler of the Year, of course, the tournament, Classic qualification, Re-qualification to get back here. And quite frankly, I've cross-threaded my brain, guys. So we've brought in somebody else to join us here on the set. And I'm counting on you to uncross-thread my brain, Steve Bowman. But
you're talking to me, whose brain has been cross-threaded for 40 years. So I'm going to I'm going to do my best. Obviously, with you,
this is off to a great start.
Yeah, it's already there. So no, typically what Bo knows is Bo knows that this is an amazing race, and Bo knows that from the AOY race alone, that there were 10 times this year where 1 ounce has changed the whole race, okay? It could totally be a totally flip-flop deal just based on 1 ounce, 10 different times in 9 events. You know, and those amount to, like, Chris Johnston at St. Clair finishing in 11th.
11th, yeah.
By 1 ounce, okay? And here's where that comes into play. If you look in the 2025 season – and a guy makes 10th place, the average jump from that 10th place on that final day is 3.5 places. So somewhere he winds up 6th or 7th place. We've had a high of Patrick Walters going from 10th to 2nd at Sabine. And then we've had a couple of those 50th place 1 ounce deals where a guy, Chicaret, a few other, did make that top 50. And if you finish in the 50th, the 2025 average for a 50th place, 3-day guy, third day, 50th place, he jumps somewhere around 13 to 14 places. Minimum. Wow. That's the average, right? And if you look at the points. The thing of it is what I wanted to draw with that 1 ounce comparison is how thin the margins are for AOY, Rookie of the Year, Re-qualifications, classics, and Davey, I'm sure you've got career slim margins. 1 second. Chris Johnston catches a 5-pounder in the last few seconds at St. Clair on day 3, or we're not even having this conversation, right? So everything is so close.
It really is, and that's, we can just cover it so much closer now than ever, and you see those things, you pay attention, and people like you lay them out, and fans realize that. But as an angler, you realize our sport is no different than any other. Most others they call a game of inches. Our sport is a game of ounces, sometimes a single ounce.
That's right. And it makes it a very tough way. The amazing thing of it is that to come down to this wire that we're on right now. So
that's a look at our current standings as of what the anglers have in the boat right now.
Right.
And Chris Johnston's your leader. And here's where we're really going to cross-thread people's brains. You're talking about ounces, Bowman. How much is an ounce?
An ounce? Because you always hear now, and I knew you were going to ask me this. So you always hear, well, that's just a drop of water. But the reality of it is, and I did Google this, and you can Google it as well, an ounce is actually 600 drops of water or 2 tablespoons of water. But we see that when you're up on the stage and the guy lays his bag on the scales, we see 600 drops of water in the air at times. And we see guys that take care of making sure their bags, their fish, everything else are super wet when they hit the stage.
Yeah, but they set those scales, they zero them with a wet bag, the whole 9 yards. So they do all they can. That's another reason I like our way of bringing those fish to one set of scales, laying them on there. They're calibrated. They're very good scales, and everybody's fish gets weighed the exact same way on a steady platform.
Right. But it's still, it makes it so these guys are playing. It's amazing how y'all play the fine lines. And a lot of people don't understand the small game that gets played in a bass tournament. And it boils down to those ounces and inches and seconds.
And that top 10 that you talked about guys missing, it gets a lot more glamour. Chris Johnston missed the top 10. But the truth is, the top 50 is worse to miss. Right. Obviously, it's deeper, but if you think of Brandon Polnick did an amazing job. Finished 10th in St. Clair, rallied up 5 spots. He did incredible. The average person that makes top 50 moves up 14 spots, you said. Right. So the easy points to earn are actually on day 3.
Right.
And when you look at Jay Securit, we've obviously hit on it a handful of times. 1 spot out of the cut at 10 Killer, and then 6 spots out of the cut at St. Clair. Right. How much yesterday do you think he was wishing he'd have made just one of those cuts? Because if he makes that 13, 14-point jump,
it's a different deal.
One of those tournaments, he's got a real shot at this.
And Chris has not missed the top 50.
But not made a top 10.
Right. Yeah. And Trey has missed a top 50, but made the top 10s. So, it's the amazing. It continues to, what did you say, cross thread my brain when I look at how tight everything is after 9 events with these little pieces and parts that come together to make this incredible race and it be so tight.
Yeah, as anglers, we all like to talk about the big one that got away that, obviously makes a big difference, but ounces or a single ounce, especially when you talk about that cutting after day 2, that whether you're 50th or 51st, it means so much by the end of the year. If you do that 2 or 3 times, if you're 50th going into day 3 versus 51st and you go home, you do that 3 times a year, gosh, you're talking about 30, 40 points difference that you're probably going to gain.
We've had this conversation before, and I want you, and you've only got 2 minutes to do it, but how important is something as simple, in these guys' careers as a coin toss?
Well, real quick, I will, but it changed my career. My first year, I had quit my job, had a wife, and, just like the majority of these anglers, I had a short amount of time to win some money. I had 0 paying sponsors. Like I say, I had a wife, a house, and at that time a son that I needed to make some money fast, and I needed to get some sponsors fast. And halfway through my first year, I hadn't done well at all. It was terrible. I just simply had not found the fish. We get to Lake Eufaula, Alabama, I find what I feel like is the winning fish. You know when you're just out there trying to wing it or you've really found what could be good. I found what I thought would be great for the first time, and those days we had to fish against someone in the same boat. So you shared boat time, you got half a day at the front. Usually you could talk it out and who's catching them best, or maybe if we kind of fishing in the same area, we can both work. This was not the case. I wanted to go down the lake. He wanted to go all the way to Columbus. So we had to decide what we were going to do. I explained to him, hey, I'm being honest with you. Let's be honest with one another. I think I've found the winning fish. Have you? Well, no. And long story short. But he said, we have to flip for the boat. I said, please go with me. And he said, nope, flipping for the boat. I said, please go with me. Nope, flipping for the boat. I said, give me 2 hours, not half the day. let me prove to you that we're doing the right thing going down the lake. Nope, call it. And he flipped the coin, and I won the toss. We went to my fish, ended up winning the tournament. That first day with him, in 45 minutes, I had 28-12. Changed my career. So not an ounce, but a coin flip.
Right.
Many others have stories very similar, I'm sure.
Right. Oh, there's many of them out there. And I think that that's an important point to make, is how slim the lines are sometimes in this sport between being Davey Height or someone who's sitting there watching us today going, I remember when.
If I would have won that coin.
If I could have been a contender. I could have been a contender.
No, there's hundreds, if not thousands, that have stories.
100%.
There's the same stories. Some end up good and some not so good. It's a coin toss.
Well, speaking of coin toss, you look at that leaderboard, and it's a coin toss to see who'll have the lead at the end of this deal. Caleb Kufal has led since day number 1. That'll look at your top 10. Andrew Loborg, West Coast rookie, surging up that leaderboard. But the other thing to watch is our 50 cut. A lot of our anglers will be going home for the season here today. You got to stay in the top 50, keep your tournament alive. And if you see right in the bubble right there, Cliff Pace, Kyle Welcher, Will Davis Jr., and Randy Howell. We'll keep our eye on all of this action. And hey, Bowman, you did it again. You cross-threaded my brain. Thank you. Welcome back to La Crosse, Wisconsin. Always a great location and such a beautiful part of the world. I mean, truly a postcard to bass fishing. When you think of bass fishing, you think of slop fishing, pads, and when you add in that, the river, but also the beautiful hills and smoke every morning, you know what I mean? The fog every morning. It's just such a beautiful part of the world.
Oh my gosh.
But we're not here to look at the beauty. We're here to talk about bass fishing. Let's get in the water right now live with Trey McKinney.
I think he more or less jumped in the boat.
Yeah, that's small.
There we go. Yeah. Yes, sir. Hey, we just going fishing, man. Just going fishing. Where's my scale? Goodness. There's a good amount of them, too. There we go. Yellow.
1-4, his smallest.
3-pounder.
That fish just moments ago, obviously.
Let's come on. Freaking get it, dude.
Ooh.
I'm over it.
From 1-4 to 3.
Let's turn that heat up, boy.
Going the right direction.
Yeah, on this river, you don't need to bring many 1-4s to the scales.
Yes, sir.
It's 3s. A lot better.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, they followed my
turn that heat up,
boat in is what
Turn it up.
happened. Dude, they're all giant. Like freaking giant.
I mean, how many times this week have we heard guys talk about that? When you get in the right area, whether you're frog fishing, whether you're fishing current eddies, things like that, getting in the right area, like reviewing the GoPro footage yesterday from some of our top anglers, catching a lot of their best fish in the same exact shot.
Yeah, they seem in years past to be spread out a little more than this. I think the current and the rise of water has put them even tighter, but it's still like I can think of a handful of places, I'm sure you guys can too, where everything looks so good. There's no way there's going to be 3-4 pounders everywhere, literally. You're going to fish a lot of good-looking water to find those small groups of fish.
A lot of the anglers talked about that going into this event. It's straight up, you know, you're going to cover miles, but when you find those little key tiny zones. Yeah. Chris Johnston had told me before tournament started, he said, I got one of those. I found one. He said, the only problem is Brian Schmidt found the exact same one, which is probably one of the best or worst people to do that with, because you're going to share that water with somebody who's really good at that. But the good news is he's going to tell you the truth, and he's going to... Let's have a look at our current AOY leaderboard, I believe. Ooh.
Wow.
That fish changes things just like that. We are watching a heavyweight fight, blow for blow. I mean, just when you're like, hey, look, he's jabbing him to bits. He's got this fight under control. Along comes Trey McKinney and whack! turns the heat up.
That is, I mean, we really couldn't ask for it to be any better. Back and forth, these two anglers came in, neck and neck, and they were just back and forth here on day 2. I think we'll see it again tomorrow.
And I know I can't be the only person watching this. Surely there's thousands out there watching that are thinking, this tournament specifically makes you want to go fishing.
Yes.
Like top water fishing, frog fishing, flipping. I mean, it is a very, very fun place to watch guys fish, and a place that makes you jealous that you're not out there fishing with them. Without the pressure, of course. No pressure.
Davey, you didn't even flinch when I swung at you there. Must be
Thought
that
about to get
military
a little
training.
flurry.
Not very intimidated by me.
I don't think you would hit me, at least not while we're live on camera.
Well, what, now you make me feel like I should punch you right now. Like this would be the most epic internet clip ever.
I won't flinch again.
You knocked Davey Hyde out. Speaking of knocking things out, we got 3 up, 3 down, and anglers have knocked themselves up and down in this tournament, Kyle Jesse.
No question about it. Last tournament of the year, obviously, we're in a baseball park. Might as well do a little bit of 3 up, 3 down, starting with the ups. We'll start with the good news. Jay Securit, obviously, is going to be your number one, retaking the AOY lead after day 1. We've talked about it. The margin of error for him, extremely, extremely low. He has to stay inside that top 10 to even have a chance, and even then might not have a chance. But number 1, Jay Securit. Tucker Smith, I mean, 9 points back after day 1, or excuse me, after St. Clair, and then coming into this tournament, did himself a huge favor yesterday. Little misfortune for Paul Marks. We'll get to that, of course, but a big move for Tucker Smith for the Rookie of the Year standings. And then another one of the races and points, situations we've been talking a lot about is the re-qualification line. A guy like Ben Milliken, below 70th place in, danger of not re-qualifying for the 2026 season, jumped up into 70th yesterday, making him safe as of yesterday to, give himself a real solid chance today to stay up there. So those are our 3 ups. Well, with 3 goods, we got to do 3 bads. There's obviously some bad news. As we just mentioned, first down's going to be Paul Marks. I mean, yesterday that was heartbreaking to watch him have to deal with that. Obviously, going into the event with the Rookie of the Year lead, some, outboard trouble, had to be towed in, missed a lot of his fishing day, only came in with 3 fish. Not a fun day for Paul Marks.
No, it wasn't. But then when he was fishing, I mean, they got him in and out as quick as they possibly could.
Absolutely.
But he just, I don't know if it just mentally it broke him or he just really wasn't on him. So he had enough time to, even if it's a small limit, to catch his 5, but unfortunately it did not happen. But like I said, it could have been, just a mental, collapse for him, of all things to happen with Rookie of the Year on the line, having those difficulties.
Number 2, I don't think anybody had Trey McKinney and Chris Johnston being outside of the 50 cut on their bingo card, just based on the way this race has went down the last 2 weeks and really over the course of the entire season. But, great opportunity today for both of those anglers to jump back into the cut and retake that AOY lead.
Yeah, and I think they'll both make it. I really do. I think they'll both make the top 50, and we'll not know who's going to win Angler of the Year at least until Saturday afternoon.
And then one of the stories we're going to keep an eye on today as well, Carl Jochimsen, really tough day yesterday, only 3 keepers, was in 57th in points. In a lot of ways you were looking for him to try to jump up there into classic qualification. Only 3 fish yesterday, went from 57th in the points down to 74th. Now he's needing to jump back up at least 4 spots just to have a chance to be here next year as well.
Yeah, and you could just see the disappointment in Carl's face last night at dinner. I was with him in a group and this morning, but hey, he has so much room to rise from where he had the tough day he had yesterday. I totally believe he'll be just fine. He'll catch him today.
Carl has a flair for the dramatic. He I feel like today is the day he's going to come in with 16 plus pounds and
he'll be fine.
Leave no doubt.
I think Carl, and especially his very pregnant wife, Kayla, would just like no drama. No drama. Do not do this. But, I mean, I still think that what Carl's done doesn't get enough credit.
100%.
To come from a country that doesn't even have the bass that he's fishing for, to have never thrown a jig. We have watched him. It is hard to learn to get to this level. It is extra hard to learn while you're competing, and that's literally what he's done. He'll be fine today, I think. He's made the last 3 classics. What he's doing is truly amazing. Brandon Card, 7-time classic qualifier and former Rookie of the Year, but
It's been close to a title a few times in the past. Got a second to Greg Hackney down in Oklahoma, but in the mix in a big way here this week. And as you said, another postcard bass. Like, it does make this really does make you want to go fishing.
I mentioned earlier getting to review some of the GoPro footage yesterday. His was the most glaring of all of them in the sense that he got into one area. I mean, you could tell it was the exact same shot in every single one of the catches, and it was 3-pounder, 4-pounder, 3-pounder. I mean, a guy like Brandon Card, if he finds that area, can obviously jump way back up there.
Why don't you just put it in your mouth? Why do you think there's those zones, Davey? When we see people fish a half a mile of that same looking stuff, but then they hit a little zone and there's 6 of them.
Yeah, so the upper Mississippi, there's no doubt, is current and water quality.
Yeah.
That 100% is what moves these fish around the most, other than the spawn, when they, that has to happen. But if they're not spawning, it's all about water quality and current. But that's where the bait's going to be, that's where the fish are going to be. And all this vegetation looks the same, and that water quality gets moved around. Obviously, the current, the rains, where you have them, on the east side or the west side of the river, so many factors dictate where that good water quality is, but on the Mississippi River, really not just the upper part, the whole Mississippi River I fished from top to bottom, all the way Louisiana Delta to up in Minnesota, Pool 1, 2, 3, all of them. Water quality is always a big, big deal. Unfortunately, it moves around so much on you. Like where Brandon Card was yesterday, obviously it was good water and fish were there. That water, that current, it just moves around so much.
And you've heard guys say that all week long. You're having to relearn the river really every day.
Well, you can hear a few sighs and you can feel the tension, pressure on everybody, except for KJ Queen. I mean, he's really just a good time KJ. I mean, living in the van and catching bass, and I imagine he's going to continue to catch them all week long. But we got great stuff coming up here. Don't go anywhere. The ambassadors from Bassmaster Her are going to join us on set, and that's always a good time. Bassmaster Halftime Show continues. I want to welcome everybody in. Again, the Halftime Show brought to you by Bass Cat Boats. We're in La Crosse, Wisconsin for the 9th stop of the 2025 Bassmaster Elite Series. Pools 7, 8, and 9 are players here this week, and everybody has pressure on them, whether you're trying to re-qualify, whether you're trying to make the Bassmaster Classic, whether you're trying to win Rookie of the Year, Angler of the Year. Everybody's got pressure on them, and now the pressure is squarely on these fine ladies' shoulders, and they are the representatives of Bassmaster Her: Anastasia Patterson, Christine Fisher, and Maggie Carcello.
Got it.
Nailed it. Nailed it. I'm very good with those kinds of names. But tell me, for those, I mean, I think the world knows, but what is Bassmaster Her?
Basically, Dave, it's an initiative put on by our great sponsors, Toyota, Bassmaster, and several others, and we are just trying to get gals out there fired up for bass fishing. We're trying to teach them, give them the confidence to get out there and get on the water and enjoy the sport that we love for themselves.
What's happening here this week?
Yeah, so this weekend we're having a workshop. It's tomorrow. It's not too late to sign up. It's going to be from about 9 to 9:30 to 2:30. And we're going to teach everything from, basic lure selection to rod and reels. Christine's going to spill some frog juice this weekend for sure.
Frog juice.
Yeah, I'm going off script, Dave. I don't like to stay within the book, and we're at one of the best frog fisheries in the country. So I thought, why not? I love frog fishing. This is a great frog fishery. I'm going to give the girls everything they need to know to be the best frog anglers out there.
Mm-hmm. And any Wisconsin or Minnesota ladies that are watching this right now, we're accepting signups on site. So it's not too late. Come hang out with us tomorrow, learn stuff, make friends. We're going to have a good old time.
That sounds fun. I want to. Well, I can't be part of it.
Yeah, no boys allowed.
Yeah.
Well, it is
fine.
2025.
And we also have had a couple guys at the event. So, yeah, we don't turn anyone away. There's something for everyone to learn, so we'd love to see anyone there.
Yeah, and how long? What time does it start?
Between 9:30, right? Maybe.
Yeah. Yep. So show up first thing in the morning.
We'll be there
come
at 8.
hang out.
Yeah.
And get the frog juice.
Breakfast, lunch, and frog juice.
Good.
Yeah, it's
appetizing. That's an incredible setup. So, do you guys feel a pressure representing female anglers, or is this just kind of a gift? You know, the opportunity to kind of highlight the sport to female anglers.
Well, I think the pressure is really on the guys out there on this very diverse fishery trying to re-qualify and then that very tight AOI race. But when it comes to just being representatives, I mean, I don't want to speak for these two. We're just fortunate to be able to have the opportunity and have great partners that back us. And I do feel a little bit of a personal responsibility just because I know, you know, at these events, we see so many young women coming to all the shows. So, yeah, there's a little bit of a responsibility, but I don't want to call it pressure.
Tell me one of the best things, and me and you have shared some of them over the years, and I know you all have your personal, but some experiences that you've had with people that all of a sudden are saying, hey, man, I really feel accepted in this sport now because of this.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go ahead and say I did feel pressure at first. I know we've talked about that going into the Opens last year. I felt a lot of pressure to do well and represent. And my first Open, I did not do well. And I came off the stage, and a mother and her daughter came up to me and said, we don't care what that scale says. We care that you're up there. And that changed my perspective on this entire thing. And I went out and just fished and had fun, and I fished a lot better after that, too. So
there's many ways to affect an event, and it's not always on the leaderboard. Anastasia, what's your experience?
Yeah, I mean, I fished all the Opens this year, and I would say I didn't do it the most graceful way, that's for sure. I had a lot of practices where I told Christine and Maggie, I was like, guys, it's too good to be true. I think I'm really dialed into something. And then, you know, the tournament comes and you get humbled. I necessarily haven't had the pressure, I would say, from like other people, but I put a lot of pressure on myself. So the mental part of fishing this year has not been great. I've been praying and just asking the Lord that next year that I do a little bit better. But even this week, yesterday, Christine was catching them, and I was like, oh my gosh, I have to catch fish. And then I just miss fish after fish after fish. And whenever you start to do that, it can spin you out really fast. And we're seeing it here. You know, you make one bad move and it could ruin a whole season. So hopefully the guys are doing the right thing to turn it around.
Several ways to follow you guys. Obviously, all the social medias and stuff like that. But one of my favorite ways is you guys have a podcast.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, I got to be honest. Left me kind of hanging. Podcast came out at the Classic. I'm like, this is great. I have a new one in the rotation. And you guys went bass fishing, it turns out, for the last few months. When is the podcast coming out?
So we've had a few episodes come out. Our first one following the Classic came out with Christine. We have a few more recorded that should be coming out soon. It's called the Bassmaster Her podcast. You can find it on the Bassmaster YouTube. Yeah, we have a few more coming out. We might be filming one here right after this today. So just be patient. Be patient.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm not very patient.
I appreciate your enthusiasm.
Well, yeah.
I do.
I mean, I like podcasts. They're a lot of fun. Let's talk about this tournament. Trey McKinney obviously trying to become the youngest to ever win Angler of the Year. You guys have watched this. I mean, this is, Kyle Jesse said a few minutes ago, watching this tournament makes you want to go bass fishing. I mean, this is postcard bass fishing. What are your thoughts on the tournament so far, ladies?
Well, I'm not one for drama, anything, but I tell you what, when it comes to the culmination of the Elite Series event and we have an AOI race that is tight as it has been, having it on La Crosse up here in the Mississippi River, I think is awesome because anything can happen. As we saw Jay Shakirat come up from, you know, nowhere yesterday basically and take the lead for just a little bit. I love it because it's showcasing just such a diverse array of techniques out there. And it's cool for the viewers to see that, see the frogging, see the punching, see the Carolina rigging, see all these different things these guys are doing. And, I mean, I'm rooting for Trey personally. I don't want to put that out there right now, but what an amazing young... I did on live.
It's out.
Whoops. Well, I am. I'm rooting for Trey. What an amazing young man. It's inspiring for me to see that happen, and I hope he can get it done.
Any thoughts on the tournament, ladies?
I mean, I would say this one's just about as diverse as you can get, right? You see guys doing all sorts of things. But it's also, like Christine said, been an incredible kind of race. We've seen some guys kind of fall out, and some guys make moves that they haven't made all year. I think that top 10's kind of stout right now. And I don't know, I've said it before, but I think this is like one of the best rookie classes we've seen in a while. They all know how to fish all over the country, and some of them didn't show that necessarily in the first couple, but they finally got the wheels back on the train. And I mean, yeah, I've been itching to get out there. Look at how good that looks.
Brandon Carter, former Rookie of the Year, 7-time Classic qualifier, trying to chase down his first title. And Maggie, this is your part of the world. I mean, when you hear people speak so highly of lacrosse, it's got to make you pretty proud.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, to keep my thoughts short and sweet, I'm just proud to see our Wisco boys showing out for us.
Big time.
Sometimes the people you expect to do well aren't the ones on the top of the leaderboard, and they are showing out for us. So, born and raised in Wisconsin my whole life, that makes me proud. And I'd be lying if I said I wasn't taking notes with a B.A.S.S State coming up next month on the river. So,
Tournament leader's a little strange, though. From Wisconsin, doesn't like football, doesn't drink beer, never danced.
You know,
doesn't even like cheese.
Yeah,
Is he really
that
from
rubs
Wisconsin?
me the wrong way a little bit. You know, he's hopped into some of the tournaments down by us, by the Madison area, and I don't know if I can vibe with a guy that doesn't like cheese, doesn't like beer, but he can catch him.
He sure can. He can catch him in big ways.
That's all I got.
I don't know if I trust him either.
Who doesn't like cheese, even if you're not from Wisconsin?
Yeah, the cheese part's a little strange to me, too. I'm okay with not liking the beer, but the cheese is kind of strange.
I respect your opinion.
See, you guys are good at getting along. 4 box right now. We got our tournament leader, Caleb Kufal. Trey McKinney trying to become the youngest angler of the year in history. KJ Queen just doing KJ Queen things. And Brandon Card inside the top 10 as well. A great event. We're going to cut this field down to our top 50. And once again, for those just tuning in, what time do they got to be there? How do they sign up? What do they need to know? Do they need to bring certain things, or what's the deal?
Just a good attitude and a willingness to learn and share a little bit. That's all you got to bring. And I'm not good with time. What time do we have to be there again? I just kind of follow these two.
Just bring yourself. Make sure you're there about 9 a.m., between 9 to 9:30, and we'll get kicked off. We're going to have a little bit of breakfast, a little bit of lunch. You're going to get to take some stuff home with you for sure. And not just knowledge, but some physical items as well. And then we'll make it in time to see the weigh-in, so you don't have to worry about missing that. And if you got anywhere else to go, you probably shouldn't go there, and you should come here tomorrow. So, yeah.
Amen.
You said they have to show up with a good attitude. What if they show up with a bad attitude?
We're going to change it.
We'll turn it around. Yeah, we're really good at turning that frown upside down out there, especially after my little Frog 101 class. No one's leaving having a bad time.
There you go. I love it. I love it. Well, thank you very much. You guys do a great job. It's an important part of the industry. Bassmaster Her, if you're anywhere around, get in the family truckster and travel down here to La Crosse, Wisconsin, because it's going to be a great clinic, a great tournament. We're trying to figure out our Rookie of the Year, our Angler of the Year, our eventual tournament champion, our qualifiers for the Classic, our re-qualification for the Bassmaster Elite Series. But atop the leaderboard right now, Caleb Kufal with 34 pounds, 10 ounces, trying to chase him down, a member of the Surge Squad, Andrew Loberg.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
The 2025 Pro Guide Batteries Bassmaster Elite. La Crosse, Wisconsin, the upper Mississippi River. Our live coverage sponsored by Garmin. What a beautiful view of the countryside, the valley in which we find La Crosse, Wisconsin. And there's our leaderboard. Unofficial, all of these scores now, all points totals that we tell you about moving through the day, not that have been established after a weigh-in, are also estimated as well. We'll throw out that provision before we even get started with the second half of our full day of fishing, day number 2. Very important day. You got to be in the top 50 at the end of this day. Caleb Kufal, state of Wisconsin, is the man in charge. Got a good, healthy lead there, over 2 pounds. And that's who we're going to visit first thing off this morning. Still morning. In Central Time Zone, anyway, where we are.
You are live. An update today. What have you been doing?
Just sticking with the program here. Got the jig going, hitting some deep banks here, and just trying to get a big bite. You know, I've caught a lot of fish today, you know, about like yesterday, and I got a good weight. I just got to get a good bite to, you know, boost it to where, you know, I'm at least close to what I had yesterday. You know, I think I got about 16 pounds, but my biggest is only Well, I do have one good one, one almost 4 pounds, but, my next biggest is like 3 1/4. So just trying to boost that weight, hit as many spots as I possibly can, catch as many fish as I possibly can, and that's about all you can do. If those big ones bite, and when they do bite, land them.
Definitely seen Caleb Kufal catch a double-digit number of fish today. I don't think I've seen one come off on him yet. I don't think he's had trouble landing any.
You scared me. I thought I missed something at break when you said I thought he caught a 10-pounder. No, but yes.
What?
He
numbers.
He had a great starting spot, current, flipping, and he caught all smallmouth.
Yeah.
Then he gets into a little stretch north of his starting area, able to catch some largemouth mixed in. Makes a dramatically different move over to the Wisconsin side of the river, and then catches largemouth and upgrades with 3 hook sets in a row, basically. And so Caleb's had a great game plan from what it looks like. Biggest thing locals have to deal with oftentimes are guys with a lot of history, managing your spots that have paid off well. And with a river, Tommy, he's fished this river when it's been low, when it's been high, when it's been normal, when there's been a lot of grass, no grass. And so
Can't believe I haven't caught
remembering the
one
right
yet.
history is important.
Yeah.
This bank had quite a few fish on it yesterday. Somebody's been here. I'm gonna go down here and fish this one log. Then we're gonna get out. Frog clip.
I'm just not getting many bites. I've had 5 keeper bites. I've only landed 2. I just lost 1. Yesterday, if I hooked them, they wouldn't come off. And today I've hooked 3 that have come off. So I don't know, it's just a little bit different. A little different vibes out here today. We're battling through the adversity. We're just going to try to fish this spot for about another hour, and then we'll jump around and check some other stuff later. But still got plenty of fishing. It's just crazy just how much tougher it is today. I don't know if just there wasn't a huge population here, and I just went through there yesterday and just caught the big ones, or I don't really know what happened, but yesterday it was a fun day. Obviously, almost, a little over 18.5 pounds, and it's, like I said, it's been kind of a challenging day, but I think we're still going to catch them.
An 18th last time around at St. Clair for Brandon Carr. Best finish this year is 4th place. Finish at Lake 10 Killer. One other cut there in the season, but otherwise been slim pickings. Man from North Carolina.
One of those end of the season runs, Tommy, that may not get him in the Classic. It may not get him a win this week, whatever. Great end of the season because he was down in the 70s, had to move up into the 50s, and he wasn't at risk of it, not requalifying. But you don't need those on your permanent record. You don't
because
need.
they follow
they can
you
affect
into
you
the
later.
next year.
Yeah. And so
your average.
No one's ever been like, man, I'm so proud of myself, or I hate myself for moving up 20 spots at the end of the year.
Right,
No, it's always a good thing.
No, that's it's positive. KJ Queen, maybe making a little bait change here. To see the customization project going on.
Hey, can you talk about what you're using right there?
Yeah, I'm rigging up a queen tackle switchblade. It's a 1/2 ounce with it's tungsten. So when that blade strikes that tungsten head, it makes a completely different sound, completely different vibration in the water. And I'm putting on a Z-crawl, a regular size, full size Z-crawl, just to try and imitate that bigger style like a perch. Try and get a bigger bite. That blade, when it strikes that tungsten head though, it makes a completely different sound and it gets a lot more bites.
Well, let's see how he manages on this. We're getting lots of bites on his Carolina rig during the morning session, so if he can keep that pace going, he may be able to hang there.
With that wind kicking up a little bit of a bladed jig bite, like he's talking about his queen tackle switchblade. You saw him cut the weed guard off of it. It was much more weedless, but he's a little bit more open water presentation than he would have been. So to get better hookup and bite ratio, he cut that off.
Throw it. There's so much floating eelgrass.
Nothing bigger than a 2-pounder today. Less than half of his 18, 14 from yesterday's falling out of our top 10.
I should have kept the
just put the weed guard back on. How hard is that to do?
As soon as you say
I
it.
mean, couldn't have been more on timing.
Well, we are into the afternoon session here. We'll push through 4 hours of fishing and then 3 o'clock Central Time. The weigh-in begins here on Bassmaster.com, but also at the same time, Moultrie Behind the Tanks. You find that on YouTube.com, the Bassmaster official channel there, Pat and the gang. Behind the scenes, getting some interviews from guys fresh off the water. A little info there that maybe wouldn't pick up otherwise. Moultrie Behind the Tanks, 4 p.m. Eastern Time on YouTube.com.
All right, one way that I'm utilizing my Humminbird Mega Live 2, everybody knows, buoy cables, hold fish year round, whether we're in New York or Texas, catching fish off buoy cables is a really good spot to start. But, in the past, we've just thrown out there blind, throw your jig out there, throw your worm out there, whatever. Now, with Mega Live 2, we can pan over to the buoy line. You can see the weights. You can see grass around it in this case. You can see fish way up in the water column, 10 foot down. You just swam to another fish. You got one up there about 5 foot. You see this fish right here swimming away from the cable. He's not using that cable. He's just swimming through. That's probably a carp or something. But this fish right here, he's on the back side. You can't see him right now. That's the buoy up there. That's your cable going down. We've actually got a fish up there in 5 foot. There's that fish popping back out about 8 foot deep right there. That's the one you want to throw at right there. Throw a jerkbait to him. He's suspended. If I see him down there on the bottom on the weight on the concrete, I can pick up a jig, throw it to him. Largemouth, smallmouth, crappie, any species, you can utilize your Humminbird Mega Live 2 to see where those fish are in the water column. You can see the buoy cable, grass around that weight, and see where those fish are. Throw over there and catch them.
In the great state of Texas, one Lee Livesey showing how to work one of his favorite tools out on the water. Caleb Kufal hanging in there in the top spot, unofficially 34 pounds and 10 ounces. He looks like a cinch to make it to the, he is a cinch to make it into the top 50, and that is what today is all about. We got 101 anglers, only be 50 left after the weigh-in today. The weigh-in, remind you, is coming up at 4 Eastern time, 3 Central, right here on Bassmaster.com. That is Caleb Kufal. He said he was going to frog a little bit, then leave. He said, somebody's been here. I think people think that a lot, but they don't say it a lot for us on live. But he said, man, somebody's been here. These fish are gone.
Oh, you didn't even have it.
Nice.
It's a little one. He ain't that big. Yeah, I can see his back. Yeah.
Those little
Those other ones look like they might
lines
have been decent.
Tommy, somebody's been in the area too.
Yeah. Well, Caleb Kufal.
Yeah.
Oh.
Little fella.
He's attempting.
He may not be much bigger than that frog.
Well, now it's just a pride thing.
Sometimes they can fool you, size-wise. Well, we just got a few bites on a frog, so we're gonna see if we can't get a couple more. I missed them all. Got 3 bites, and well, the one hit like 4 times. He never committed to it. I'm gonna fish this little log jam here.
Ronnie, they call that Wisconsin cheese?
I wouldn't eat it, but they also call it duckweed.
Oh.
Duckweed, yeah. It is like a little leafy type, very, very small, but it looks like algae on the water. Perfect. Makes a mat over the top.
Tastes like Limburger.
No.
Camembert.
Tastes like brie.
Okay.
And Lindbergher, that blimp from back in the day. No, I'm just kidding.
Having moved up to 20th place unofficially, the standings in the last hour and a half or so. Trey McKinney, definitely.
Right now, we're flipping some undercuts. We're gonna go down and hit that grass stretch. I'm letting them freshen up. JT's been fishing down there on the grass stretch we both found, and he got done hitting that, so I'm gonna let it rest for a couple hours, and that's where I'm gonna go camp the rest of the day. Hopefully there we can definitely get some upgrades. Like I said, I don't know how many, but hopefully get a couple 3-pounders. That would go a long way. But this undercut should be really good. Not right here, but on up, I think I'll catch one.
All right. That place right there, I said 20th. He's now in 21st place, but it's good enough to have him in the lead unofficially. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. I mentioned his buddy, JT Tompkins, his running mate, roommate, I reckon, out on the road. He's going to be the recipient of our Mercury Move of the Day award.
Yeah, Tommy. You know, when you help out a brother all year long at times, you help each other out. You figure in the final event of the year, you really help him try to win AOI. Maybe not the case today, though. Mercury Move of the Day, a little spotlight steal for JT Tompkins. Bunch of 3-pounders. There's a 4-pounder at 8:30 this morning. You can see how quick you get your day started on the Mississippi River. These are just his current 5 fish. He could have caught his first limit before 10:30. These are just culls afterwards, so very impressive start to his day. 15.5, pretty balanced as well. 15.7 yesterday, so JT is going to be into our day 3 cut, no doubt about it.
Shows you the power of a 4-pounder on this fishery
no
here.
doubt about
It
it.
is enormous.
You saw Caleb Kufal upgrade by 4 100ths and then call that same fish out by a half a pound or a pound moments later because it was almost a 4-pounder.
Give me a little thump. Give me a little thump, about a 2 3/4. That'd be quite nice.
Now, McKinney's 3-pounder about an hour ago was pretty important for him.
Yeah, I'd
he's
say.
up to 10, 14, 23, 13
Oh my
total.
goodness. Oh, God. I was like,
Short of
wow,
what
that's a big one.
the estimated cut's going to be, though. Could be some guys. We had 94 limits yesterday. Imagine we have close to that today. So there's guys who are still on 2, 3 fish who could keep knocking him down.
There should be one right here on that point.
We got Chris
If
and
he's gonna
Johnston
be anywhere.
just about tied with
Gonna be right.
On 4 fish.
Jay Shakura at this point. Yeah, with
Points
4
wise.
fish. Yeah, points
Oh,
wise,
let go
tied
of
with
it.
Shakura.
Come on, eat it.
Again, all unofficial until verified at the weigh.
Our 4th angler in the mix, Kyoyo Fujita, just has 3 fish today. He's fallen down to 54th in the tournament.
Come on, you're telling me current blowing past this blowdown that doesn't net a fish? I mean, come on. Right there where the next one comes 90 degrees off the bank in between.
Try to catch us a little current smallmouth real quick. Won't take nothing usually. They bite, so.
Next one, Tommy.
Took my pincher. Took both my pinchers. Okay. He got the left one and went for the right one.
Hey, I'll just say that's the difference. If he threaded that on there, falls much faster, that fish may strike at it and nip at the back of it, catch the back of it. If it fell a little slower, like hanging a jig like we see Caleb Kufal doing, they get it a lot better. It's right there. Those little 1-second differences on rate of fall or the way it falls makes a big difference in this current.
It's crazy how fast a smallmouth can like sit in that kind of current. Like, yeah, I mean literally like it's so fast. And they're just chilling. Never one should have been one sitting underneath that little mat. Didn't sound real good.
Look at that river flow in the background, Tommy. It's
we're
rushing
gonna roll.
right around the corner of this island or this break. It's calm, and then look at it right by the buoys. It is. It's rolling down there.
Going and going, lots of rain.
Drop off frog there. That right there, Tommy.
Yeah. Lots of rain in this watershed over the last week or two. It's having its effect on the current and a lot of other factors here that are affecting these anglers. There's our Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year points as it stands right now, and officially Trey McKinney with the 20-point lead over Chris Johnston. And Jay Shakura just a few positions behind Chris Johnston. Kyoyo Fujita in 4th.
So this fishery is, it's a very diverse fishery. I mean, you got a lot of grass fishing, you got tons of mats, you can throw a frog all day long and just have a blast doing that. But then also you have the main river stuff, you got the rock jetties, the wing dams, all that good stuff. So really you can kind of do what you want to do and be successful at what you're comfortable doing. And for me, I really like fishing grass, and you know, I love throwing, you know, 50-pound Yozuri braid, you know, whether I'm throwing a frog, punching, you know, I really enjoy that type of fishing.
Granted card on all the opportunities available to these guys. We have not seen a lot of wing dam, rock jetty kind of action among, but we have a small sample so far of anglers. We'll have a bigger sample tomorrow. We'll have 10 anglers with cameras, each with cameras, top 10, or maybe altered by the nature of the Angler of the Year race. Weigh-in is done today. We'll see. We've seen plenty of different approaches, though, throughout the course of a day and a half plus.
Oh gosh, wrong rod.
Back out to KJ Queen. And he's got his
Can you make
Carolina rig back in hand now.
No way. Can't throw that up in there, Tommy.
There's a worm on.
I wonder if he's skirting on the surface or what. If so, if it is the split shot rig, then I'm interested to see how this goes.
You might get a bite. You never know.
Cow.
Get out of there, baby. Get out of there. Get out of there. Ah, it's a little one's got it. God dang it.
That's exactly how I thought it would get buried up in that. That's why I was no way. But you were right, Tommy. You were right.
Harvest time.
I was like, this is gonna get buried.
He ain't bad.
Oh, that'll keep her. Not a bad one.
At least he's fat, you know.
Yeah, that's a good one, dude.
Not bad.
Got 3 fish under 2 pounds.
Probably be calling his first keeper of the day.
Yeah. Might move him back into the top 10.
He only needed less than a half pound, so yeah, that'll do it.
Must be throwing it to those holes in the duckweed. Like, has to be aiming for those specific holes.
Yeah.
He said the smaller one got it. Did he say that?
I didn't hear that.
Back on the line that we saw Trey on yesterday, caught some smallmouth.
Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it.
Let's go.
Dude. Hey, it's not this personal, buddy. I promise. Hey, I got other things to do. Stop this. Dude, all right.
ruler located.
Didn't think so. And another angler has passed him. He's down to 25th.
Life is tenuous here on the upper Mississippi.
He's still 19 ahead of Chris Johnston, but every spot he falls, Jay Shakurik gains on McKinney.
This current's got me going so weird.
21-point lead ahead of Chris
Let me get over
Johnston
in
as
the
it
current
stands right now.
You're good.
Yeah, made a move back down to pool 8. I didn't really get what I was hoping for. I was hoping to get 2 or 3 big ones up in pool 7. Didn't work. Hit my 2 areas where thought maybe I had a chance of getting them. Got a couple small ones, but just got back here to pool 8, down where I've been frogging, and one of the mats that I wanted to go on was, there's a boat sitting on it, so just kind of frogging secondary stuff, but you can get a 3 to 4 pounder anywhere. So here's hoping, fishing some new waters. Like I caught some in practice 200 yards out to the left on the channel edge, but can't get bit there, so I'm just moving in a bit. Maybe they're up closer to the bank now, but we need to find them.
His brother Corey just knocked him back another spot by climbing over between McKinney and him.
What I'm looking for here is better bottom. A lot of the mats and stuff have eelgrass choked off right to the mat, where if you look here, there's kind of some sand patches, some holes, and ideally that's sitting under the mats, and those are the higher percentage ones. But it seems like this week they're really grouped up. You can fish for 2 hours, not get a bite, and then come across one little section and get 4 or 5.
Chris Johnston, the first Canadian to ever win a Bassmaster Elite Series event. Did that a few years back on the St. Lawrence. Also chasing a second Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title. There's the other anglers with 2 titles right there. A few of them.
And Guido won both of his back-to-back.
Right, one back-to-back. There's those with 3 titles. And Martin's Mark Davis, Bill Dance, way back in the day.
I asked Chris, and he sure knew KVD is the last guy to win back-to-back.
That's the low-hanging fruit, though.
And he figured Roland, but he didn't remember Guido.
There's the 2 numbers to shoot for. Kevin Van Dam's 7-time AOY time. 9 times for the great Roland Martin. Also, kind of back in the early days of the Bassmasters. A lot of that. Some of it flatter, because 9 years. I mean, that's successive. Probably
3
did that
different
over
times.
14 years, I would imagine. Trey McKinney, though, sitting on top. 23-point lead ahead of Jay Shakura. Chris Johnston just behind. Joey Fujita kind of falling back today. Having a little bit of trouble getting a limit in the boat. Much like Chris Johnston. Chris still sitting on 4 fish. The 2025 Pro Guide Batteries Bassmaster Elite. The Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter. Great to have you with us here on Bassmaster Live coverage of this final stop of the year. Fellas started out down in Florida. They went up through the Carolinas, out through Texas and Oklahoma, and then our northern swing. And this is the wrap-up of the northern swing here in the state of Wisconsin. And Wisconsin's Caleb Kufal in first place, and back into second place, Wisconsin's Pat Schlopper. Pat Schlopper having a great day yesterday. Constantly upgrading today, much as he did yesterday. It's got him in second place. They are 1 and 2. Caleb Kufal, last time we talked to him, he's going to do a little frogging and contemplate a move from the area he was in. Maybe not too far, maybe a different part of that area.
We just passed over Chris Johnston. As many other anglers have, he's fallen down to 52nd with guys climbing inside of him. So he's actually fallen to 3rd behind Shakurit and McKinney in AOY points.
Well, just kind of suck a little bit, ain't gonna lie. Done missed me one, you know, but we're gotten around some fish, got in a new little area, just trying to get a big bite. We gotta get big ones. So we got 1 decent fish and 4 rats to go with it. So we gotta cull them out. We got some time to do it. And this is the right way, I feel like, to catch a real big bag, maybe. I mean, honestly, I could probably go back out and fish some stuff and maybe get bit too, but I don't know, there's a lot of life going on right now. Lots of life in these mats. So, we'll see if we're gonna mess around a little bit. Caught 1, missed 1, caught 2, missed 1. Right back there, I just seen 1 eat 2. We're about to go catch his butt. I know this. Here's you a tip of the day. If you catch one, don't put your freaking poles down. Because if you put your poles down, you ain't gonna get bit after that. It had that happen to me a couple times up here now. They are used to them poles. These fish are a lot smarter, I think, than what people give them credit for. I know one thing, it's getting warm. I might have to come out of these old shorts here soon. Come on.
Those aren't shorts.
Yeah.
If you go down to what's next, don't come out of that.
Gilbert.
Yeah. Brandon Card's terribly slow for him today. Locked up first thing this morning into pool number 7 from pool 8. You want to do good every day, but gosh, you want to do good. The last day you're guaranteed the Bassmaster Elite Series for 2025. Maybe squeeze another day out of your season.
That's the more you do good, the more guaranteed you'll have to end your season.
There we go. Maybe you'll. I bet it will.
Finally, another one. Golly. Whew, that was a long time coming. Dang, boys, it has been grimy out here. Grimy, but we're battling.
More than 2 hours since his last keeper.
We're battling. Finally, that was a dry spell, boys and girls. That was a dry spell.
He's one of the 8 anglers within 7 ounces of Trey McKinney, and that he will pass him and knock him down another spot. He's down to 26th without card. Getting ahead of him yet.
Brendan Carr with 18-10 yesterday. What a downturn, but
man,
difference
that was a
day
dry
makes.
spell. Okay.
You can still find one spot, load up. Never lose hope.
One of the 3 guys, along with Jason Christie and Greg Hackney, who are in our top 10, who were hoping to get the win and into the Classic.
They got
winning
to.
this event.
That's the only way.
That's the
You
only
got to
route.
do it.
Well, we have 3 EQ events this fall, Ronnie Moore. You know that.
Well, for one, I know Jason Christie and Greg Hackney ain't fishing all 3 EQs, no doubt about that. They like to shoot stuff in the fall way too much. And for 2, they're too far down in the points for it to work down there through there. So this is their swan song. And I hope I'm proved wrong and they fish them. But
I'm curious to see who will.
I don't think they will.
But
enter.
Each of the 3 is going to be a win and in proposition, right?
If you fish all 3.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
I think you fish all 3.
If you fish all 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's going to be like 100 Opens pros and maybe 25, 30 elite guys.
I'm curious.
So you're saying there's a chance?
So the odds are stacked against them in that, but
yeah.
Well, the point is to re-qualify for the elites, but the Classic is a bonus point if you win.
Yeah, you may. Classic is important.
I think both of those are pretty good enticements.
Yeah. Promised wind finally starting to show up a little bit here.
It's supposed to be evening thunderstorms from like 7 to 10 or 11 tonight. So I don't know how much water that'll add and if it'll muddy up several places again or not.
It'll change some places for sure.
Brandon Cobb started 47th. He just caught a 3.7. He's almost to 14 pounds. He's in 11th place right now. Nice catch for Brandon Cobb. Chris Aldane putting together a bag. He's up to 15.9. It's another 3-pounder.
That's the second best bag of the day, right?
Yeah, Kufal has 15.11 and JT Tompkins 15.5. So Zaldane was way back.
Yeah.
Let's see if it's Bass Track will update him. I don't think it's got him updated in his spot yet. But McKinney is now 29th. Every angler gets their limit for their fish report, knocking down Trey McKinney, and that makes Chris Johnston 54th. It's getting more interesting, I'm telling you.
Well, yeah.
I'm telling you. Shakuric's still up there in, let's see, it's sixth place.
Yeah.
There's a big 17-pound day one. He's got 13 today. He's at 30 pounds. Vegeta's at the cut line right now with 4 fish. Chris Johnston needs that 5th fish.
Yeah, he's got to have that. There's no question. He needs about that and 3 more upgrades.
Well, there's that. He's got a 1.9 and a 1.12.
How many not
one, that
reporting?
2.14.
Yeah.
Only like 5 or
Only
so.
5 not reporting?
5 that don't have marshals.
Well, there's some that don't have even timestamps on them. I counted a dozen a minute ago that didn't even have, well, no, there's timestamps. We left yesterday, and these 2 guys were in the 30s, about 2 ounces apart, and then all those other anglers came in with limits who weren't on Bass Tracker, weren't showing their full limits. It's amazing that every angler, not every, but every other one, kind of knocked them back another spot till they were outside the top 50.
We got to do something with this one.
Also, low ballers to think about.
Well, yeah.
I ain't going to catch nothing.
I always trust the guys. I'm too trusty.
Don't do that.
The good news is,
always cut the cards.
One of the guys said, yeah, we're a fisherman. We're fishermen. We're liars. Who said that yesterday on stage?
Who never said that?
Oh, he admitted it. We're liars.
Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series. At their big event at the end of the season, or at least nearing the end of the season, coming up September 27th and 28th. Legendary Toledo Bend Reservoir on the Sabine River. Camp Hill, Texas will be the location for that. It's going to be a lot of fun, a lot of big bass, no doubt. Just scan the QR code to find out more about the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Yes, presenting Bassmaster Live, TGIF edition. This weekend is all about wrapping up all the races. The season-long race to get as many points as you can. That's very important. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. All happening here. The upper reaches of the Mississippi River. Pro Guide Batteries Bassmaster Elite here. Here are the tournament standings, Bass Track's estimates. As best they can manage them right there. And Caleb Kufall from Wisconsin in first. Pat Schlopper from Wisconsin in second place. Andrew Loberg has moved up the leaderboard today. Brian Schmidt, last elite angler to win here, is in fourth place. And J.T. Tompkins, Jay Security, Tyler Rivette, Stetson Blaylock, and K.J. Queen, and a John Cruz back in the top 10. Now we're ready to get you all caught up on everything that's gone on today and throughout this tournament. With our Lose Midday report, let's just take it out to our leader, Caleb Kufall.
Catch me up, Tommy.
Hey, he has been putting on a show today. Did you not see it, Ronnie? It was
I
right
did.
before you. It was on the screen. It's on the television here.
Had a great start to his day, fishing in an area that was dirty yesterday. Remember, these anglers practiced Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. They had off Wednesday. They arrived to their areas with about a day and a couple hours of change based on the last time they were fishing there. Said yesterday was dirty. He still caught 4 good ones. Today, cleaned up where he was. Caught a lot of smallmouth. Caught some largemouth on the end of that stretch. Made an adjustment. Came to a more river current spot. Able to catch 3 or 4 largemouth and upgrade each time. Sitting in a great position. Definitely out-kicking the pace that we have seen in past Mississippi River events.
Absolutely. Got almost 19 pounds on day one. He's knocking on the door for 16 as it stands today, with plenty more time to add on. The guy who's most likely to keep upgrading today. We go to Chris Johnston. Arrived here on the property, tied for the lead in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. That race swapped around big time yesterday.
Yeah, and I thought today, you know, we were talking about no one's going to lock out because it's too risky with the barge traffic. Things have happened in the past. We saw Pool 7 put out some decent fish yesterday. Based on what Chris and talking with Corey and other anglers, he said, It just wasn't happening in Pool 8. I got to go to Pool 7 and make something happen. I really admired the move, and I thought that it was going to work out well for him. It has not worked out well for him. He did not get the big bites he thought. He is now back in Pool 8 trying to make it work, and sometimes a non-decision might be the best decision, but he gave it a shot, which I like that risk.
All right, Jay Shakura, who surrendered his lead that he'd held for the majority of the season before we got here. Yesterday did not absolutely knock him dead, but did well enough to regain a good bit of it, put himself back in the case, and in fact take over that lead again when we started this day.
Someone asked me, Tommy, what has Jay Shakura been doing on Bass Live? I don't know, like fishing whatever's in the Black River in front of it. Like, it's not like he's on a frog deal. He is just fishing lily pads, laydowns, rock, docks, just in the Black River, covering that territory. We've seen the Black River really let a lot of anglers down today, but Jay is hanging tough.
Yeah, he is. He had some success there with his practice, so that was his rationale for committing to that first thing this morning. And Trey McKinney finding himself chasing Jay Shakura at the start of the day today. Didn't have a real fast start in that quest. No, but he eventually brought it around.
Yeah, comparing day 1 to day 2, his starting spot where he caught 5 to 8 fish did not yield much of anything for him this morning. And I made the claim shortly after this fish catch, man, the Black River's not treating Trey good. I've seen way too many anglers multiple times today. That means it's crowded and they're all fishing around each other. You got to get out of the Black River, and he has done that during our midday portion. Caught some smallmouth, fishing around Main River current stuff, and I think that is to his benefit. The farther maybe he can get away from the Black River helped him day 1, but the farther we get along, it could hurt him. Maybe he has to figure out something more in Pool 8 to the south.
Yeah, he caught a 3-pounder to 2-2, about half of his 10-14 today, and people are past him. He's down to 31st. His lead on Shakura is under 20 now.
Oh, perfect.
You can see how tough Pool 7's been. Brandon Carr with 18.5 yesterday, only 3 fish today. A lot of misses, a lot of non-hookups.
Not seemingly around as many either.
Looking for number 5.
Bigot. No, I don't know if he's big or not, but I got something. Yeah.
Measures it's 4.
Oh no, he won't measure. He won't measure. Dang it. That was a lot of grass and a little bit of bass. No, he will measure too. Yeah, he will. That's 4.
That's 4.
Just caught his 4th keeper.
Oh gosh, man, starting to bite. There's a little feeding window happening.
You always want to be in your best area, Tommy, when the feeding window begins.
Right. We heard a lot of guys say at St. Clair, feeding window open. Oh, they're starting to bite. I got to get out of here because I'm not in my best area.
No.
Yeah.
I just remember when we talk about those windows of time, looking at the bass track data, back in 2016.
At least I have enough to fish tomorrow now. Golly.
At Lake Texoma, early June, Gerald Swindle and Casey Ashley caught the biggest bass of the event. Within the same 5 minutes of the same day.
You're right.
How many anglers were driving to their next spot hoping to catch them and that 10-minute was the way you should have been fishing.
was it,
You know, and
yeah.
you're just. You don't know until you look back on the day and you're like, look at this, man. There was 8 4-pounders caught in this hour, Such. This was the hour, you know.
Yeah, I see it on Bass Track. Boom. Certain
guys are
just
locking
lights
in
up
and-
at certain times.
And it's happening, you know.
And it closes.
KJ Queen needed some big
Oh.
ones. His size
you get
just
it?
has not showed up today. He had a great day yesterday. Let's see what we got here.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's gotten a little on me. I thought he was little, but it's just like, you don't know. I don't want to mess this up, but I sure did. But you don't want to lose a dang 3-pounder either. See these scales right here? It was stuck on my hook. You know, make sure you always get that off, because literally the scales are a little bit of skin. I've seen it where it gets over the barb, hook barb, and you'll stick them, but then they'll come off halfway back. Fun tip today.
Bringing it with the tips today, for sure.
Chris Aldane continues his good day. He's got our Phoenix Boats Big Bass, 4 pounds, 3 ounces, and 4 other fish. He put in his 3. It's the biggest bag is 16.3. He was 97th though, so that's put him at 23rd right now.
And that's the deal. You got when we talk about Carl. Like I actually am disputing what they said on the halftime show, where Davey was saying Carl's fine. Carl's not fine. Carl had 7 pounds yesterday, and he was
fine.
3 pounds with 16 places. That's not saying, oh, I need to up to 10 pounds, Tommy. That's I got to get 14 or 15 to counteract what improvement they may have. And if they stayed status quo at 20 pounds and change, or 21 pounds, that means I have to catch 14. And so those gaps are just huge when you get down there. And so you have to have a Chris Zaldane day where he's down there at 97, and you have to catch 16 to 17 pounds.
4 anglers at our cut mark of 13 pounds, 7 ounces. So you double that, 26, almost 27 pounds. I mean, if you look at it right now, McKinney is not there yet. And he's dropped to 31st, and he's got 20, almost 24.
Yeah.
So still 2 pounds
Still
under.
a few more hours of fishing to go as well to get there. But yeah, and then if you're 97th, you're not thinking about making the cut. You're thinking about get a good bag, and we'll threaten it, but I got to make points.
Caleb Kufal, see there, and Pat Schlopper are 2 Wisconsin anglers still on top of everything. Brian Schmidt, the defending champ, man, he's been tough through the course of this tournament. Corey Johnston, the Johnston brother, making the biggest move today, positively making the biggest move today. Brandon Carr hanging in there just under the Brandon Polinick. Spent a lot of time with him yesterday, had a lot of momentum coming off his final hour of fishing at St. Clair at our last tournament. Caught a 6-pounder. Really sort of changed the tone there. We go to page number 3, and we find a Matt Arian, a Robert G. Leading the big tournament. Chris Zaldane, as we had mentioned before, coming all the way from the 90s up to 23rd. Bill Lowen won the very first event. To bookend it with a couple of cuts made, first and the last events of the year. Bo Browning and Hank
missed
Cherry.
one.
Blake Cap's having a better day today, actually.
Got to watch on this page, Tommy, is Tim Doobie. Only 51st yesterday in the standings, but it dropped him one or two spots in AOI, which was the red line. You don't want to be in the red line.
Yeah, you got to find a way to get back above that. Trey McKinney, you saw right there in 31st place on top of that. And there's the page right there that really counts the most at the end of the day. Drew Cook currently sits as the last man in.
And Ben Milliken needs to stay in that top 50 as well.
Ben Milliken, Ben Milliken, dangerously close.
He went from red to blue, red to green, whatever. He needs to stay there.
Okay, so there's your cut line. Drew Cook, Clifford Perch right beneath there.
Tied.
Paul Mueller, Kyoya Fujita, surprising. Not doing any better than that today. Robertson, Gaston, Justin Hamner, 56th place, might not make the cut. Into the afternoon, pushing on day number 2. Still got 101 anglers out there. Many of them, well, about half of them, fishing their final day for 2025 here on the Bassmaster Elite Series at the Pro Guide Batteries Bassmaster Elite on the Mississippi River. Let's look at the Elite Series Angler of the Year, Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year leaderboard as it stands now. And Trey McKinney had it run up pretty high there, but he's been sort of, as Such's pointed out, his lead has been eroded a little bit by people moving up past him. Excuse me. On there, Jay Shakurit is the second place man right now, and Chris Johnston, I believe, still looking for his 5th fish on the day. Chris Johnston, a very slow day. A little bit frustrating for him. Kyoya Fujita, Taku Ito, Will Davis Jr., Williams, Walters, Lowen, and KJ Queen. Having a great season. Been in the boat with KJ all day today. It's been fun watching him taking a different way of doing it.
Tommy, I got a little bit more going on with that Trey McKinney, Chris Johnston, Jay Shakurit, Kyoya Fujita battle for our Progressive Angler of the Year. I'm here at the Pro Guide Battery Screen of Knowledge. Got 4 different screens with the magic number scenarios on here. So we talk about what has to happen for an angler to win Angler of the Year. Well, coming into this event, Jay Shakurit was 4th, so I'm not going to go to him first immediately. But for Trey to Kyoya, Trey has to finish 41st. That's the lowest, or the lowest he can finish with the magic number sealed. That would mean Kyoya has to win it. So 41st for Trey, and he could beat Kyoya Fujita. He would win the tiebreaker. Tiebreakers are very key when it comes to the magic number, because even though Chris and Trey were tied, the magic number for Chris is different because he is losing the overall weight for the season tiebreaker to Kyoya Fujita. So instead of 41st, Chris would have to finish 40th to best Kyoya Fujita in that. Otherwise, Kyoya wins the tiebreaker and beats him. Now when we go magic number for Trey McKinney and Jay Shakurit, 43rd place would get it done for Trey. He owns the tiebreaker over everyone, but he owns it specifically over Jay. In this case, 43rd. Chris would have to go 42nd because Jay has that tiebreaker. So when it all comes down to it, Trey McKinney has the tiebreaker over everyone. And then I believe Jay Shakurit has the tiebreaker over Kyoya Fujita and Chris Johnston. Kyoya has the tiebreaker over Chris Johnston. So if there was a 4-way tie, Chris Johnston would finish 4th because of tiebreakers. So he's kind of losing out on that magic number deal. Trey can finish, even though they started the event tied, 1 spot lower than Chris and still get it done because of that. It's very intriguing, but that's the mark. So these guys really want to make the top 50, because now that makes Kyoya and Jay have to get top 10 or top 12 in theory to knock it out.
You told me after St. Clair there could be no tie.
Well, there can be a tie between Trey and Chris, but I would overall, if there was a multi-way tie, it would be Trey, Jay, Kyoya, Chris in that order.
4-way tie seems improbable.
Hey, you said
never
it.
say never, right? I
jinxed
it, didn't I?
Hey, there's a BFA. Kyoya
happen.
Fujita 7 pounds.
What?
No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Change the subject. Change the subject.
We can't see it, but there's a grass edge just right on the other side. This wind's got it all kind of jacked up for me because I can't hold my boat how I want to go down it, but we'll just have to make it work. It's messing me up. Gosh, I know there's like a 3 or 4 pounder just chilling right there on the edge of that grass. "17 events, Elite Series events. Trey McKinney has
Got 9 top 10s out of the 17. It's pretty remarkable. Johnston also living up there in that very top tier. Elite performers pretty much ever since he got here.
Craig McKinney's at 500,000
million
earnings in 33 events. He's over half a million.
Half a million in
33
in half the events it took the Johnstons to do. A million.
Well, he's 565,000.
Maybe a limit.
He needs this.
Does need it.
I don't think it's a giant, but I might need them. Number 5. Skinny. Skinny. Skinny.
I mean, it's so hard to be patient in between bites, it seems like.
Oh, I know. Skinny one. Get away from it. Just to see. It's number 5, though. About 2.7. Call him a 2.4 on Bass Track.
Oh.
Please.
I can always fix that and put 2.7 if we needed to, Tommy.
He'd fallen to 58th. 10 ounces
With
out
that,
of his 50 cut. Yeah.
Okay.
Back inside. Let's see.
All right. Yeah. But we need a 4.
Really atypical northern swing for Chris Johnston this time around. Last year he was 2nd at Champlain and 4th at the St. Lawrence River. Action going here.
I don't think he's very big. Some cabbage.
Last fish moved him 20 places to 38th.
Wow.
Yeah.
He got every ounce of that fish. That was number 5.
Yeah, he's got to be bigger. He's 15.
He's got a line bugger in there.
Yeah. He's like 114 on the scale. This one's the same weight.
No help for Chris Johnston, or not much help for Chris Johnston on that one. The way it's shaping up, you know, he's a man on a mission. Won this award last year, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. There's nothing like winning one to let you know just exactly how much it means.
Last year was a really special year for me. I ended up winning Progressive Angler of the Year title, and to me, it's the hardest trophy in bass fishing to win, and I was very fortunate enough to do it last year. And what it consists of is basically not having a bad event all year. You got to be consistent. You always got to be in that top 1/3 of the field, or have a chance at winning a couple events to have a shot at winning Angler of the Year after 9 events. So last year was a great year, but you got to be consistent all year. You're looking to get points. No one remembers the guy that finishes second. I'd be upset with myself if I didn't try and win that title again.
All right, about 2.5 hours time fishing left for our first flight anglers here. The Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Guide Batteries Elite on the Mississippi River, the upper Mississippi River, La Crosse, Wisconsin. Beautiful, incredible shots we've been seeing from above and on the water throughout the course of this tournament. We're getting closer into about the fourth quarter, you might say, if this was a football game of the second day. Caleb Kufall, Wisconsin native from over in the Minneapolis area, hanging on to that lead, trying to win this thing wire to wire, I guess. Can't do it if you don't lead the first day, and he's done that. He's knocked that out, and he's getting close to knocking it out on the second day. Very formidable performance, but also a great race going on for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Chris Johnston.
Yeah, there's another one.
Trying to repeat.
It's about 5 spots behind McKinney right now.
5 spots behind McKinney. Okay.
Something around there. It's fluid.
Yeah, it's moving as we speak.
Oh, boy.
He's hooked up again.
That's what I hope.
Active one. I don't know how big he is.
Oh, yeah.
Not bad.
Oh, that's what we're after. It ain't a giant, but it's the biggest one of the day for sure. I need 1 4-pounder to go fishing tomorrow. Football, that's what we're after. I wouldn't eat the frog, but they're eating the flipping jig.
Same stretch he started day one with yesterday with Brian Schmidt behind him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was
same stretch.
That was his fastest production of the whole tournament so far. And he's going to repeat that.
That helps big time.
Significant upgrade there for Chris Johnston. Very timely for him. Get back over to Brandon Card. Show you something from just a few minutes ago with Brandon. Starting to finally catch him after a very, very slow night.
Finally, number 5. Ooh. Golly. Had to punch that one up. Number 5, golly. I'm thankful I got 5. It's been a grimy day, folks. It has been a grimy one. 2.5. We got us a whopping 11 pounds. I'll take it though.
11 pounds is a lot better than 3 pounds, 8 ounces for sure. Moving in the right direction is Brandon Card. Got himself back into the top 10, established right now at position number 7.
Chris Johnston's fish we just saw is a 3-pounder. Put him up to 28th place. 11.14 on the day. 24.15, just about a pound under the projected cut right now. But 28th and ahead of McKinney.
So we go back out to Caleb Kufall. We were talking about his area, and we talked about through the deep dive app yesterday, water clarity and how it changes so much on the river. And I wanted to highlight this. This is the water clarity picture from right near the end of practice time period, okay? So hopefully with the sun, we'll get better readouts tomorrow and through the weekend. But you can see this stretch right here. The dirtier red portion of this fishery is the muddier water. This green is pretty standard across all the pools. That is the normal water clarity here on the Mississippi River. But the big key here isn't just the water clarity that's dingier there because of the banks in that area. No, it's from the stream flow. And they all keep mentioning the Root River. And so I want to take you to, this is the main river of the Mississippi that has 60,000 CFS coming through it. So we talked about how past Mississippi River events, 25,000 on the main river, 60,000 on the main river. It's evident when you're near that main river, like Trey McKinney earlier, how strong it is. But you see the Root River here flowing in from the west side, the Minnesota side, and that Root River runs dirtier, and it was flowing to high amounts. Let me go back the last few days. So let me go back to Wednesday and show you some readouts. You can see how it's orange now.
There was nothing in this.
And that small secondary is about 9,000 CFS. And as we start to go on this filter, you'll start to see the change. It's still orange, it's still running a bunch. And now we get to this morning, and it's going to be significantly less. Now it went yellow to green. We look at it, and now it's half the rate, 5,000 CFS, as what it was. So when we think about the heavy flow in the Mississippi River, that's the constant through all three pools. But that Root River flowing at 10K a couple days ago poured in dirty water. Now it's at 5K, and it shows how it's slowed down. It's not dirtying up as much. It's actually clearing up, letting that main river flow down. So we're seeing the secondary things come in, and on the Deep Dive app, you can check out the water clarity. You can maybe say, hey, maybe is it because of wind direction? No, it's not because of wind direction. Oh, is it stream flow from other things? And kind of understand the water clarity you see on the water just through the app later that night or while you're out there.
Yeah, the Mississippi River up there is way different than you see at Memphis and St. Louis, where it's chocolate brown all year round.
Right.
It's some clear water. It's some beautiful water.
Chocolate brown all year round.
Yeah, it's pretty much. That's why I'm thinking of chocolate milk, right?
By the time it gets there, it's drained the Great Plains of a lot of topsoil by that point.
It does fluctuate level-wise. When you cross the Mississippi River from Tennessee to Arkansas on 40, you see all those sandbars right there. I mean, it gets to the lowest of lows, and then when you don't see them, you're like, oh, this looks passable, but you know what's underneath.
You know they closed it down a while to barge traffic when it was so low not long ago, a couple past years.
Yeah.
And of course, it's flooded awfully.
We talked about the Root River in Pool 8. There's also that river in Pool 9 that really affects most of that Pool 9 because it's much farther north than that Pool 9. But Pool 7 doesn't have another river flowing into it that muddies it up. So that's why they said the water clarity has been more consistent on Alaska throughout the whole pool, not just certain parts.
Lee Livesey had a pretty bad day yesterday, 85th with 10.13. He's got a 3.13 on his day and a 3.6. He's up to 13.10. And from the 80s, he's into 32nd right now. And on the AOY, puts him back inside the Classic Cut at 42nd. But that's unofficial. And he's in between Chris Johnston and Trey McKinney as well. Weigh-in will be very interesting, just looking at how many people don't have any fish on Bass Track at all, how close Chris Johnston is to possibly 28th right now.
Yeah.
Falling maybe near the cut line, maybe outside it again.
That's the big fear for him. I mean, that will wrap up his influence on whatever happens.
Hey, Chris Johnston has been such a takeover guy. I mean, there's been times when he's been behind the 8 ball, and I mean, last year when he won AOY, the 29 pounds 5 ounces on day 3, that was just a miraculous showing to climb and win AOY, first Canadian, but on his home fishery, doesn't have that luxury of being on the St. Lawrence this year.
You know, there's at least one more in there. Oh, scared me.
McKinney could use an upgrade and get right back in it. He's still got a 112, a couple 2-0s. Any catch and he could gain 10, 15 spots.
We fish on here, and there's plenty of time for more moves up and down that leaderboard, and there certainly will be. No moves left to be made this year in the Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. All the teams are locked in for this one right here, and this will wrap up the season for the elites, but you can start preparing for next year. Certainly want to write it down, get it on your mind. Join in on Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Going to a couple of new venues, or at least long unvisited venues in this next season coming up here, including the Tin Tom Waterway, the Arkansas River, as it flows through Oklahoma, some other destinations as well. So check out the schedule. Start thinking about Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Oh, that place is legendary. 6 times the Bassmaster Elite Series has been here to La Crosse, Wisconsin. Not a giant town with a lot of traffic problems and everything. Seems like just about the right size. It's fun. College town. A lot of great restaurants, nightlife here, and what a great place to headquarter for a trip to the upper Mississippi, the giant wildlife reserve up here, and all the fishing, the trails, the hiking, the bluffs on the Minnesota side, Wisconsin side, all the gorgeous waterway as it moves through the countryside and through this fascinating area of the world. Great place to spend a summer weekend, and we are doing that right now and wrapping up our season at the same time.
I heard you say a beautiful sight there. I thought you were talking about that wing place we went to that one time, down in La Crosse.
Which one? There's
That's
a lot
what I'm saying.
ones.
It was the one that served, it served cheese curds too,
Oh, yeah. Now, which one are you talking about? Seriously.
I think I didn't narrow it down a lot. I think it expanded more.
Love going to La Crosse.
Just sticking with the program here. Just trying to get a big bite. I've been stuck on pretty much the same thing, right around 16 pounds for the last couple hours here. So I've caught quite a few fish, just haven't been able to upgrade any. So we're gonna keep going, and I got a couple spots I haven't hit yet. So we'll see if those pan out. But I'm not gonna change nothing. Just gonna stick with the program and see what happens. Eventually, I'm gonna get a good one. It's just a matter of time, be in the right place at the right time, keeping the bait wet. It's been a fun day though. Caught a lot of fish today. This morning started out real hot. Just am lacking those, those big ones I caught yesterday. I had 2 4.5s yesterday that really boosted my weight, and that's pretty much just what we're lacking today is those 2 big ones. Still time though, plenty of time.
It's really kind of looking like a shootout between him and Pat Schlopper at the top of the leaderboard for the actual tournament here as it stands now, but we got a long way to go before we get to this time of the day on Championship Sunday. And that's when it'll really come down to it. Andrew Loberg's put himself in the middle of it. Brian Schmidt has never stopped being part of the conversation here. He's awfully strong here. Back over to KJ Queen, sort of lingering right under the top 10, where he started in the top 10 today, but down 11th place.
He's like a lingerer, you know.
What?
He's just the hair, you know, the tunes in his ears. He's threatened to take his pants off a few times just to put shorts on. He's just lingering.
Okay.
He's got his van nearby.
Now tell me about the van. The van's kind of legendary, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the Queen Machine.
The Queen Machine.
Yeah.
Right.
Does
That's
everything.
Mobile HQ.
Yeah, sleeps,
for
eats,
KJ
drives,
Enterprises, I guess. Yeah.
Tackle storage.
Tackle storage.
Oh.
Tackle store, perhaps.
Cannot get the big one today.
Sounds like something if the Beatles had a lisp. It's a Queen Machine.
Oh, Such.
Hear it in my head.
I'm disturbed. Me too, a little.
Got it.
All right, Brandon Card hooked up again. Looks like a good keeper.
I don't know if he'll help
Or
or
a
not.
keeper.
Oh, yeah, he'll probably help. £2. Yeah, he helps by about a half a pound.
Half a pound's worth of help might put him ahead of Jay Shakurin. Okay. Down to 7th place. Oh, yeah.
You know, we wait
Love
all
the
year.
music.
People at home ask for it. And in the final event, we deliver it, Tommy. The Mississippi River never disappoints. With the power pole replay of the day and some of the best visual catches you'll see all year long.
Yes.
Topwater frogs from Chris Johnston yesterday. That was a pike. We
Nice
had
pike.
little tempting bites for Caleb Kufal. It's bad when we can tell which duckweed patch is associated with which angler. But
That is
Brandon
bad.
Card filling his limit with frog. Oh, we'll even get some treble topwater, some love. Trey McKinney earlier in this event today and yesterday had some topwater going. Great topwater visuals, duckweed, shoreline grass, open water, Mississippi River never disappoints.
Beautiful background.
Power pole replay of the year.
Of the year?
Yeah.
I don't know. We might have to hash that out a little further. Might want to
We'll iron it out.
reconsider all our options.
We got plenty of time left in the year to iron it out. So.
That's right. That's right. A lot of time left today for fishing. Brandon Card. Oh. Thought maybe he's going on point there for us.
He did pass Jay Shakurin.
With a half a pound upgrade. Okay. All right, Brandon fish is on, encouraged. Waiting all that time, a lot of patience, pays off. Got himself a limit, upgrading, moving back up the leaderboard again to Caleb Kufal. He's done great work all day long. He says, I'm probably not going to change my game plan. That might be the right way to go. He's been very, very successful right now. Pat Schlopper, though, definitely in the background making some noise. Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, the Pro Guide batteries. Bassmaster Elite on the Mississippi River in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Our live coverage today is sponsored by Garmin. We do appreciate that. A lot of fun, a lot of thrills, and we're not even halfway done with this tournament so far, but there's a lot of business to settle here. And right now, we're going to turn our attention to Yamaha on the line, because on the line we have our colleague Davey Height waiting for us here. And Davey, it's good to see you one more time today. When we talked to you earlier, we talked about the race, the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race, and that one changes so fast. You talk about it, and the conversation's outdated by what transpires next. So let's talk about the top of the leaderboard. Davey, a couple of years ago, we all sort of agreed that the notion of a home field advantage or home state advantage even was sort of a quaint, old, outdated notion. That's certainly not the case here. We got two Wisconsin guys on top of the leaderboard. Talk about Caleb Kufal and Pat Schlopper.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Tommy. And I just left with some fans here, some people coming a little early for the weigh-in to see Dave Mercer up there weighing these fish. A very, very important day. See who makes championship Saturday or cut day Saturday. I don't even know what you want to call it now, because there's so many reasons to watch the weigh-in today to see who makes it in the top 50. But back to your point about the Wisconsin anglers being so successful, for so many years, you had to ask yourself, why is there not a big, big home field advantage in tournament bass fishing? But it did not seem to be, if you look back through the history of Bassmaster. But then yesterday, I was standing there talking with Caleb Kufal, and he's like, I've just fished here a lot. There's a lot of miles of riverbank there, and I know the stretches where the better ones are living. And okay, so that makes sense. That's easy. To answer your question, though, Tommy, I don't know why we don't see that everywhere, but you're definitely seeing the Wisconsin anglers here this week showing out.
Hey, Davey, I understand you have a favorite, and it's not Corey Johnston, because he would tie you with 2 AOYs. That's not true, though, is it? Who do you got? Who do you think's going to pull this out?
So honestly, it means so much to me to see these guys battling out for Angler of the Year, because I can relate to that. And I'm not good enough with words to describe the pressure that is on these guys with that online. There's pressure every day as a competitive bass angler, especially at the elite level. But there's so much pressure, and you could see it on Trey's face, and you could see it on Chris Johnston's face, and it's hard to really pull against either one of them. I promise you it is, because I understand what they're going through. A lot of pressure there. But this morning it seemed like Chris had like a clear plan, where Trey was still, it looked like he's uncomfortable doing what he's doing, if that makes any sense. But then about midday, he said, I'm just going to go fishing. I think he was maybe listening to his friends trying to help him, which we all would do that, but he just didn't feel comfortable doing it. And today about midday, when he said, I'm just going to go fishing and go see what I can figure out, I think that helped his chances a lot. So now I still think it's a coin toss, but this morning I really felt like Chris, and mainly because he won last year, he had that 1 AOY already. He had that clear plan where it seemed like Trey was still really struggling with what he was doing. I think he made a good move midday saying, I'm just going fishing on my own.
Makes sense.
Davey, Pool 7 was big topic coming into the day. We had a couple of our top 5 anglers in there. Brandon Card, KJ Queen have been in there. Pat Schlopper obviously up in there. But today, Chris Johnston decided to go up in there as well, and it didn't really pan out for Queen, Card, or Chris Johnston. Pat Schlopper seems to be the only one excelling in Pool 7. I thought it maybe lasts longer than halfway through day 2. It just does. It seems like it's getting a little tougher there quicker than we thought.
Yeah, those fish just move around so much, Ronnie. I've spent a lot of time in Pool 7. The final day of my Elite Series career was in Pool 7. I had one of the biggest strings of the tournament. But those fish can move in and out. It seems like right now, and I talked to quite a few anglers, those fish just are more filled out than the fish on Pool 8. I've asked some of the locals, Caleb Kufal for one for sure, do those fish spawn in different time a month earlier, and they're like, no, not really. But for whatever the reason, and there's bait all up and down this Mississippi River. It's not because there's no bait in Pool 8, but those fish seem to be bigger. But it's so big, and there's so much vegetation in all these pools, but especially Pool 7. When I flew in here the other day, we flew over Pool 7, and from the airplane, I immediately noticed there's more grass there than I've ever seen, and those fish move around in that grass day to day, overnight, for sure.
I have a follow-up to Pool 7, Pool 8 debate. Pool 7 doesn't have an auxiliary river flowing into it to make it dirty, like the Root River and like the river in Pool 9 that I'm missing the name of right now. But those had dirtied up those pools and made the fishable water a little bit lesser. Caleb Kufal noticed it's a lot clearer in here today. Do you feel that lends itself to Pool 8 and 9 maybe started out slower and is going to get better into the weekend?
Yeah, but where Caleb's at, basically the lower end of Goose Island, that water, because that's such a big area there and there's so many cuts
just
and there's so much vegetation,
well,
that water filters out. So it doesn't get as bad as some of those other. The Root River coming in down on that southwest corner there, it's bit me before. But here's the thing. Those fish just move. They don't just disappear. They're still somewhere. The key is put your head down and figure out where those fish move to. That's really all you can do, but it's easier said than done.
Davey, thank you so much. Good stuff, and thanks for reminding us why it's important to watch the weigh-in today. And it's only a great spectacle there at the ball field, but it's a unique day in the season. Half of the field says their goodbyes. It's got to be a kind of a strange vibe,
yeah,
I think, a little bit
some
there.
Anglers,
very different, it's a good bittersweet.
Some
ways,
goodbye until next year, some goodbye.
Yeah, till whenever I see you.
Re-qualify
again.
Maybe to the EQs. Maybe they'll say actually goodbye shorter than anyone else because they're going to try to re-qualify through the EQs.
Today's weigh kind of special. Come your way at 4 o'clock Eastern Time, right here on Bassmaster.com.
Or the biggest bag may be from Chris Zaldain. We hear he's over 18 pounds now, and he's a little bit off on Bass Track. As Marshall didn't get him in from 97th. He could come in with our biggest day 2 bag and probably make the cut. Have another one to make the top 10 though tomorrow.
25th right now. Is that where?
Yeah, I think he's shy a pound though. So he could be in the teens.
That total is shy. Okay.
Yes, his total of 8. He's got 2 4-pounders on his Bass Track though.
Trolling mowers can just about throw you out of the boat now. Yeah, once you step on it, they go.
Johnston in 38th position right now in the tournament.
On Bass Track, he's about 11 spots ahead of Trey McKinney.
A little more work to be done for Carl Jocumsen. We talked about the hole he dug yesterday, falling from 57th to 74th in points, and now on the line or below the line for re-qualification.
Yeah.
He's got 4 fish. He just caught a 3-pounder. So he's got a 3.5 and a 3 with a 1 and a 2. He only has 4 fish. Needs to get that limit. He's already got more weight than he had yesterday, but he needs to get a limit. It'd be nice if it was a 3-pounder, catch another 3-pounder and call a 1 out. And he could make some ground today, but like we said, you can't just slightly improve your day one mark and hope to move up, he is in a spot where there's more pounds than places.
Another guy you mentioned was Ben Milliken. He's 50th right now.
No, he's just hung up. He's hung up. Might help. I thought he was going to be a giant. I don't know if he'll help or not. Fat.
Yesterday we pulled out really dark ones.
This thing gave us a couple ounces, 3 ounces. Couple ounces in this one's probably 5 spots.
May not be far off there.
No.
Yeah, you're fine standing right there. Is this one? Ow.
3 ounces will get him 2 spots right now.
Caught again.
3 ounces. 3 ounces, yeah. That depends. They're all close on Bass Track.
Checked with Jay Shakurit in a while. He, though, successfully hanging on to his top 10 position, still in 7th place. We haven't.
Hasn't landed a cull fish since 1019. 4-pounder then to get up to 13.
I got one of them in the boat. Could have had 3 of them. Unbelievable. You can just leave it as is. Oh my goodness. Well, we just lost 2 that size and caught one finally. It's all right. We'll get them.
Jay, the only one of our progressive AOY contenders who's looking really like a lock to be in there fishing tomorrow, at least have some control over what's going tomorrow as far as his position goes.
Got to start 42 points back. He knows he's got a big hill to climb, and
yeah,
he's got to hope for others to help him out.
Yeah.
And right now, Chris Johnston is 31st. Trey McKinney's 42nd. They've held that spot. We have about 7 people. Jason Christie, Fouts, who had almost 15. Combs and Mosley and De Palma, 13. Whitaker without a Bass Track mark. Several more. So there's a
sort of low
possibility.
ballers who are.
Well, there's that, and then there's 2 hours to fish for a lot of people.
It might help. He's a chunk, isn't he? I don't know. He is an absolute chunk. Short, fat one. He helps. 1/4 pound. A little over 3. Get through to number 2. Another smallie, I think.
Well, we're moving closer and closer to weigh-in time. Here's your first warning coming up at 4 p.m. Eastern Time today. Right here on Bassmaster.com. Dave Mercer will crank it up and get going. We have to say goodbye for 2025 to 50 of our anglers at the end of it all. But at the top of the leaderboard, atop the Yeti hot seat, will be Caleb Kufall. The heat applied by Schlopper, Loberg, and Schmidt, all behind him. '25 Pro Guide Bassmaster Elite on the Mississippi River. Sponsored by Ranger Boats. By Rapala. And by Yamaha. Bassmaster Live, we got more than a half an hour's worth of coverage remaining in our 7 hours of coverage today. Live coverage of the final event of the year here. The Upper Mississippi, the end of the Northern Swing, a 2-stop Northern Swing this year. We went to St. Clair as well. Coming off of events in Oklahoma, Texas, Carolinas, Florida. And this one's been exciting. Big changes right from the get-go. The only thing that hasn't changed is Caleb Kufall atop the leaderboard. That has not changed at all.
Oh man, it has been a elusive one today. The fish are being elusive. I cannot figure out where the big ones are. I've caught tons of fish. You just can't get the big ones. I just hit one of my best stretches too and caught one good one, but that was it. And it's like, I was expecting to have like 18 or 19 off of this. So I don't know, it's not looking pretty right now, but you know, we still have a little bit of time. I really don't even want to check the marine traffic thing just because I just kind of want to fish till 3 anyways, because I ain't got squat anyways. But I'll probably check it here soon. See if we got to get on somewhere. One of my best stretches though, I get to it and there's frog lines all through it, so that's really not the best either.
Well, KJ only got about half of what he caught yesterday. It's 18 pounds plus, but what a great season. He's not had some major worries about going to the Classic, anything like that.
Yeah, and after you have a tough few years, Tommy, like Bill Owen had last year, you wonder, how am I going to get this thing back going my way? And he has done that. Top 10 in points. Bill Owen just outside there and at the top, though.
Hats off to KJ. No doubt about that. Chris Johnston, his quest to win back-to-back Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year titles. On track for now. He got a lead, 13 points ahead of Trey McKinney. Jay Shakura still in the mix as well. Jay doing the best of all 3 of them in the tournament today. And that's what they're looking at there. That's something they can never take away from you, and it will put you in the history books. The Bassmaster Elite Series in a meaningful way. So here he goes, making today's push and possible step forward here.
This is hurt. This gets me fishing tomorrow. It's a giant.
Come here, baby. Oh, yes. Oh. That's what we're after. That's gonna get me fishing tomorrow. Yeah. Whew. We had to work for them these last 2 days, but that feels pretty good. It's the biggest one I've caught all week. Let's put them on the scale. Oh, man, that feels good.
Think there's another one in there?
We've caught 7. They're getting smart. I was about to give up. It's a 4-pounder.
Wow.
Yes. That's got us fishing. That's got us fishing tomorrow. Right there. Give me some. That feels pretty good. Biggest one I caught all week. How many times did I throw in there and he looked at my stuff and didn't eat it?
Well, let alone how many frogs you threw on top of it.
Yeah. Green is bigger. That is a good call.
Well, Tommy, I said this has been a very boring season for Chris because there's been no high moments in the top 10 big catches that we remember. Like if you try to think back of all his catches this season, which one do you remember? This might be the catch that we remember.
Boy,
this is the one that leads him to AOI.
Wow. That's a good candidate for it for sure. He'll do more than be fishing tomorrow. He's going to be wheeling and dealing out there. And he may only have Jay Shakura to contend with, depending on how things shake out the way in.
A couple superhuman type anglers looked real
Four-pounder
human
makes me
this week,
feel
but
a whole lot
they're
better. This is
pulling through.
Yep.
That just took all the stress and pressure off. After this, we're gonna go fishing and look for some new ones, to be honest.
Knocks him up to 15th place as it stands right now and looking terrific to fish tomorrow. Just about a lock.
Yeah, 14.9 on the day, 27.10 total.
May not be done in this place either.
This was the stretch that he frogged on day one, and then he kind of was like they're not coming up for the frog, and he started punching, and then he was in a different area at that point, and it wasn't working for him, and so, I mean, you just never know your decisions. He could have came through this area this morning like he did yesterday morning and not returned it. But going to pool 7, now coming back and hitting this stretch at a different time of day, different mindset, it's paid off big.
Well, we heard him say it. Davey talked about it too. He had a definite plan for today. I mean, point to point to point of what he was going to do, lock through and do this, that, and the other thing. And he, as Davey said, they didn't hear quite a definitive plan from Trey McKinney or Jay Shakura, for that matter. But the veteran seems to know, looking now like he knows what he's doing for sure.
Felt solid.
It stands that game a 29-point lead on McKinney, 34 on Shakura, and 47 on Fujita. Would become the 4th to win consecutive AOYs and the 13th with more than one.
The 13th with more than one.
Yeah, there's 12 anglers have won more than have multiple AOY titles. We have 7 with 2. Mark Davis, Bill Dance, Aaron Martin's all have 3, and we know Kevin Van Dam's 7, Roland Martin.
Our co-host
9.
tomorrow has 2. Larry Nixon.
Oh,
That's right.
Yes. He's in there with Guido, Gary Klein, Jimmy Houston, Larry Nixon, Davey Height, Gerald Swindle, and Brandon Paul.
Up to 15th, Tommy.
Yep.
Chris Johnston.
Yep.
Man.
Yep. He's a lock for tomorrow, I would have to say.
He's definitely gotten over the projected cut line number.
Yeah.
That we say.
Oh, yeah.
No matter what it is during the day, we always refer back to what it was day 1. It's right there now.
Yeah. Don't know who he'll be fishing against who's in the AOY race, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Big, big step taken by Chris Johnston here in the last 10 minutes. More fishing time left here in our Pro Guide Bassmaster Elite. The Mississippi River, across Wisconsin. And we just saw Chris Johnston have a pretty strong moment there, catching a 4-pounder. After a very slow start to his day, having to wait a long, long time to get a limit. And boy, that one really gave his situation a boost right there, the 29-pound lead. Ahead of Trey McKinney at this point right here. Trey McKinney kind of fighting to stay in the top 50. He's certainly in jeopardy of being close to that cut line today. Jay Shakurat is hanging in there in the top 10. Jay Shakurat to compete tomorrow, it looks like. And that's all we know about that situation right now. None of these figures, none of these numbers, none of these points are completely locked and written in stone until the weigh-in is complete today. And I remind you again, second warning is coming up at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 Central.
Another angler just passed McKinney. He's down to 46th. He needs to catch him. Catch 1 or 2.
I go to the man from North Carolina, KJ Queen.
Come on. Bite, baby.
John Cruz just culled in 8th place. Tyler Revets in 9th. Scott Canterbury with a nice day, up to 12th, 14-12 on his day. Just past Queen.
These fish have went dormant. I'm not seeing activity, not seeing nothing, not life. I mean, I'm seeing bait. There's bait here, but they're just not eating in it. There's life everywhere. There's brim everywhere. There's bait everywhere. See perch. I mean, literally, it's crazy how much bait and life's in right there. There gotta be a big one somewhere.
Recent 3.5 pounders has given JT Tompkins one of our best bags at 16.5 today. He's in 4th place. Coming up from 16th.
We gotta go throw a split shot rig. We gotta get out of here. You get on some grass edges. They're just not up in this stuff right now. I don't know why. They're just not here. I ain't really got a lot of time. We really probably ought to be going, but I ain't got no fish, so I'm gonna chance it. I hope it don't bite me in the butt, but I gotta catch some fish.
He's got a limit going 9 pounds, 1 ounce. That's what he means by no fish. The weather and the chances of thunderstorms tonight in that region keep narrowing. Now they're from like 9 to 10 isolated thunderstorms, but there's a front going to go through because it's going to cool off over the next 2 days.
A little bit, not a deep freeze by any way, but
not a freeze, but Sunday morning it's going to be in the 50s.
50s down to the 50s. Been in the low 60s for lows previous to that this week.
It's going to come here and hit us, I think, by Monday or Tuesday. We're going to cool off from the humid 90s.
As soon as you can bring it, Suge, please.
I'm trying.
Pull the necessary, strings to make that happen, if you don't mind.
If these guys drive down back this way, maybe they'll pull some cold air down with them.
Golly.
Well, we got a better picture of the AOY scene, but it's not totally settled yet. But one thing we can all agree on, what a fantastic 2 days for Caleb Kufal. In fact, he is the one we nominate for this award right here, Ronnie.
Yeah, I would say a near perfect first 2 days of this tournament. 35 pounds even approximately through 2 days. Almost 19 pounds yesterday, over 16 pounds right now. It's got basically all 3-pounders and almost a 4-pounder. Very, very consistent. And Tommy, when we think about the Mississippi River, that's 63 to 66 pounds for 4 days, which is a 16 to 17 pound range. He is at 17 and a half per day at 35 even right now. Ahead of the pace. You don't want to fall off too tremendously bad, but man, he hasn't had to do a lot of damage in his areas to get to that weight. He's caught plenty of fish, but he hasn't had to really pound on them. He's gotten in and gotten out of his areas successfully.
And you looked at his areas where he did the best today. There's a bunch of areas that look like that in that particular major area. But Caleb Kufall with 35 pounds. Wow, excellent. Pat Schlopper, his nearest pursuer. Andrew Loberg, J.T. Tompkins hanging in there, along with Brian Schmidt, super solid. Card, Security, Cruz, and the rest. A little bit time left, but a good bit of fishing time for our first flight anglers, a little more than an hour. Plus, you got to figure in travel time in that. And the Pro Guide Bassmaster Elite here on the Mississippi River, getting close to the end of day number 2. Make it all official at weigh-in time when that starts. And we have had a show put on by Caleb Kufall, actually 2 Wisconsin anglers, Pat Schlopper as well, doing very, very well on this day. A good tight competition there amongst the top 10, I should say, as we look at that page right there. And our unofficial leaderboard. I want to say something that's kind of off the schedule, but I don't want to hold back any longer. Tomorrow we have a special guest coming in the studio. And not via Tiki Pub, although that would be a classy way to arrive, right?
You never know.
It could be. Now we have an angler who has 14 wins with the Bassmaster. For 9 years, from 79 to 87, he never was lower than top 5 in Angler of the Year. AOY wins in there in 80 and 82. First man to $1 million. Classic winner.
Mr. Megabucks.
Mr. Megabucks as well. The great Larry Nixon, the general, is going to sit in. We don't have Davey Height this week, but Davey's doing a great job up there. And we're going to lean on our friend Larry Nixon to come in here and really enlighten us about some river fishing, about AOY, and a whole host of subjects. Should be fascinating.
We've seen some old-time Larry Nixon fishing here this week a little bit.
We have seen some good worm fishing out there, among other things.
He may know way more about the split shot than we do.
That's why we're bringing him in, because we can't figure out this KJ Queen thing.
We had Larry join us for the Tennessee Tom Bigby Open.
Yep.
And get to see some old school fishing there.
Did a great job there. We appreciate his generosity in coming down here.
Now, Tommy, I got to ask you.
Making it special for us.
I got to ask you a question. When you're not doing an open broadcast and you're at home and we're doing it here, are you watching us? Are you writing notes?
Yes, sir.
Are you going to hand me like a big Rolodex of notes? You know, like, this is what you've done wrong all the years, and I haven't told you, but all at once you're just going to give it.
I go straight to your superior with those.
Oh,
I don't mess around with handing them to you.
That's what
It's that
happened.
big file over there, Ronnie. It's locked up, but it's a big file.
It says toxic.
You know, I walked into my review so confident, and that's where all the negative dings came from. I got
I had some.
I got a 1-star rating from my peer, Tommy, saying, okay.
Yeah. No, you always rate high. There,
Such,
Ronnie,
they throw your rating out with the wash. You know that.
Hold on. You guys are getting rated? You guys are getting paid?
I hope not.
Who's that kid?
I couldn't survive it.
Boy, all in all, a great season for Jay Shakir. Led AOY 4 events. Slipped at the last 2 10-killer in St. Clair.
A 10-killer he did not get to fish.
No.
The final day, though he had qualified.
Finished 51st.
51st. Logan Latuso was 9th in that tournament. Post-tournament was DQ'd, so everyone slid up a spot. So he finished 50th, but at the time was 51st and not fishing the cut day.
You got to check, but he could have gained
tough break.
15 spots, maybe.
Yeah. I think Jay would have probably traded the check for an opportunity to go catch 10 or 15 more points, And that was the one where about 40 points were made up in one fell swoop from Chris Johnston to Jay Shakurit. He was about 50-something points behind, made up 40 points there, and it was slim going into the next one at St. Clair.
Where Trey McKinney won.
It's very strange though, like he had one good tournament on Champlain, and other than that, like, yeah, he won that one. He won Gunnersville. Yeah, same year, I think. And I think he was like pretty consistent before that, and then all of a sudden just kind of fell off the radar. Yeah. I know he had some back problems or something, but.
True, yeah, medical stuff. I think he might have even.
He's talking about Jamie Hartman.
Yeah, Hartman, I thought.
Yeah.
Back
last
problems.
year.
He had back problems at this event. Tried one season to fish it.
Stuff right here looks like
I think it was the 18 event. Had to pull out and couldn't fish
that's
this.
right.
Basically right where his boat is. Go figure. It's all choked off.
There'll be another hour, but Trey McKinney needs to climb up from 48th to keep contact.
That's a
with
little too
Chris,
precarious right there.
Chris Johnston is up to 18th right now, so losing 30 points as of right now on him.
Well, he's certainly a man for the job. It's just a tough job.
Probably a stupid pike.
McKinney's at 23.13. Chris Johnston is at 27.10 on Bass Track. So almost 4 pounds difference.
Was not a pike.
Or bass, that probably won't make it. Won't make the team.
He's not old enough for the party. See if there's a.
Oh boy. Lee Livesey. 5-pounder.
Wow, 5-pounder.
He was 85th. Right now he says he's 16th with 17.0. 5-pounder, couple 3-pounder, one's 3.13.
That's awesome.
And remember how he kind of fell out of classic contention yesterday with his 85th start? Well, 16th, he's back inside at about 34th.
And I would say that
AOI points.
I would say that if he got coming into the event a top 50, he'd be pretty darn safe.
Looking good. Okay. Well, that was dramatic. A 5-pounder to put himself in from outside to in.
You're going to have some guys that had that lower weight, and if they caught 17 to 18 pounds,
he needed it.
Like Bass Track says they will, they may sneak into the cut and have a chance to gain more tomorrow. It might be a little too late to have a great finish here, but they may have snuck into that 50 cut.
Yeah, Livesey.
No doubt.
Came in here 38th, fell to 48th in AOI after 85th, and he said it'd be a bad day to be a beer yesterday after he left the weigh-in stage.
See, I don't understand that. It sounds like every day is, because if you catch him, it's a bad day. If you don't catch him, it's a bad day.
You celebrate one hand,
See, I just
he crunches the cans with the other hand.
Very difficult to keep track of that metric.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Get on one more like hot stretch, you know. We're gonna make like a couple.
That's our big fish of the day from Livesey.
I would think so, right? We haven't had a 5-pounder today.
No.
What do we have?
Jonathan Kelly, 4-3.
Kelly yesterday, and Hank Cherry yesterday.
Yeah, Kelly was 5'9", Hank Sherry 5'1", Corey Johnston 5'0".
Yeah.
Corey.
Well, it took a lot of weight in some cases, unless you're looking for a pike out there. But, persistence has paid off yet again. For some, but not all of our anglers here. 101 of them out there, only 50 going to make it through.
Tommy, if you were a bass on the Mississippi River, you would no doubt be a 5-pounder. You'd be a real good one. Real good one.
Yes. I need to lose 5 pounds about 5 times in a row here.
That fish right there for Chris Johnston may be the one that we remember that helped get him AOY, catching 5 to 10 fish in a row basically on the same punching spot, a spot that he tested day one that didn't yield what he wanted. But overall, Caleb Goofall, 2 shows going on in town this week.
Oh, yeah.
Caleb's stealing the local show. Chris is stealing the national show.
Both of them pretty good movies, and the movies will continue tomorrow. The dramatic conclusion coming, well, and on Sunday, of course, but tomorrow's going to be a big day as well. This was a big day today. Coverage continues tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern Time on FS1. That's where we'll see you. Looking forward to it.
5-pounder.